Right, good morning everybody, and fellow YouTubers and the rest of it. So here we are in Bordeaux. There's people over here, hopefully Gavin's over here, so we're joining him down to Lisbon today. I've got to set this up really quick because he's about to go, so let's see if we can actually get the radios correct today. So listen on to that. I'm not even going to bother with much of a brief or anything else, to be honest. I'm literally just going to go because we want to sort of go at the same time. So this is going to be very, very quick. I just need to load up a few things. So this isn't quite real ops. It's not quite doing it exactly how we normally did because I just want to get going. So what are we? 37.59. So I'm not going to worry too much about any of this. 2-3, I guess. VACX 5 Bappa. Have a look at that in a minute. Now I don't even care too much about the arrival too much. It's from the 2-0. Okay, interesting. Don't usually go on that. In bomb. Good. Done. Don't really care about this. Not going to worry about that. I don't care about the performance. Really. 145. 145. Ew. I did just overhear Gaff's performance anyway when I watched his stream, and it was something like this, so this will do. NATP apparently he said, so again I'm not even going to look at this. What's that, 3151, so this is the most gaseous setup ever. But, you know, there we go, who cares. It's only a sim, right? What have I got? Decent underload, I've got no idea what the weather is. What's the weather? Let's have a quick look. A few TCUs, nothing I can see. Good, right, let's load this up as well. Nice and balance. I'm just going to do this instantly because I want to go. Let's have 8 tons on. That will do. Load aircraft, instant. Done. Let's just write these figures down. So 56.8 slash 31.9. Trim is 29.8. Again, don't really care too much. 56.8 slash 31.9. 8 tons. Good. No idea what the engine out is. I don't care about that. So that's fine. So get all this done. That's done. That's done. That done. That and that. That and that and that. Get you going because we need you. What's QLH? Just need to stop attitude as well, I think. Put from that. Hey Peter. So I think taxi out's going to be reasonably straightforward. We're down here, we're going up there, so that's fine. And departure is, what did I say it was? VACX, something like that. There we go. Stop attitude is 70. So 1010. 1010. It's cheated. Pressing the B key. OK, fine, good. Let's just make sure this is all set up correctly as well. Airframe. Yep. Don't want that, don't want that. Stop that, want that, don't want that. Done. Yep. Good. Safe. Oh, what is it? I need to work out these buttons too. What's... I don't know how to do this properly. Doesn't matter, we can sort that on the time. Good. Right, so I think we're ready to go. Cockpit preparation checklist, yeah, that's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. And has anybody got going yet? It's hard to see. Right, I did put the pushback helper thing back on, only because I think it is quite good. That's done. That's done. That's done. Bleeds on. Good. I think we're ready to go. I'll do the rest of the checklist when I'm ready. Constraints. Constraints. Done. Done. Good. Bordeaux traffic. Alpine 713 Golf is pushing and starting from stand somewhere or other.
I think it's Delta 4.
That'll be the one. Right, let's have a look, see if this pushback thing works. Where is it? There it is. Pre-planned pushback.
Bordeaux traffic, Air France 875 standard Bravo 4, which is about to close. Pushback starts facing northeast.
Good, done. Right, oh, yeah, that's what I want to do. Press pushback.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground. Stand by.
Right, before starts, that's all done, that's done. We've got fuel, that's all done. Again, this is such a crap setup, but who cares? Hey, David. I swapped from Gab's stream to yours. Oh, cheers, Daz. We won't tell Gavin that. Alright, beacons on. Again, it's pretty quickly, you know, it's pretty easy to set this up.
The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. The parking brakes are set. You may lift. Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
So I've actually sacrificed my breakfast and my coffee as well. My dog's collapsed on the bed because he's just a quick walk.
Cleared for start and push.
Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Yeah, parking brakes released. Go, 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 go.
Brakes are released. Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
Go.
It will start in the sequence.
Tiny one. Let's go. Just realised that I hope there's not any ATC online. I'm just pushing back. Use LTC control. I've got no idea who that is. Is that London control? That might be London control. Yeah, it is. Oh, good. They're not affecting us. Oh God! No, I don't want to. No. Don't want to exit sim brief. Free pilot. This is the. Is it the Latin VFR scenery? I can't quite remember. It's something I've just thrown into the community folder very, very quickly, just so we can get going. Right, one started, starting two. I can do the after start checks at least. I've pretty much caught up now. What do I need? There we go, got that. Right, so fuel quantity is done, seatbelts, ADRS, yeah, that all good. Company message, don't care about that, just load sheets. Take off data is good, I'm just going very much through things, that's all fine, that's fine. Looking good, yeah. Just double checking a few important things.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Thank you, round, right, bugger off.
Parking brake set. Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft. Ground. Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
Done.
Roger.
Back.
Engine start. Cleared to disconnect.
Back.
See you at the side.
Yeah.
Have a good flight.
Thank you, bye, bugger off.
Holding position, waiting for the visual. Thank you
Flat
and goodbye.
Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 56 Lima Golf, stand Bravo 1 right, pushing back facing northeast on Whiskey.
You're late. Right, he's gone. He's gone. After starts, anti-ice is off. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is
Alpine 56 Lima Golf, can you hold your pushback? I am, yeah.
done. Done. Where am I?
Yeah, Alpine 56 Lima Golf, go on.
Right,
We'll,
the trim is
we'll wait
good.
till you push back from your closed stand.
And Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is taxiing to runway 23 via somewhere Sierra and Papa, hold to Alpha. That'll do. Right, lights are on, let's go. I think we've beaten Gav anyway. Alright, brakes are checked. Alright, flight controls, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left rudder, full right rudder, neutral, done, that's all on, that's done, that's done, that's done, that's all on, done. Right, we are good to go. So a quick beds performance, I got no idea because I didn't do it. Engine out, got no idea because I didn't do it. Departure, got no idea because I didn't really plan it. It was whatever that is in there. And stop altitude, I did see that. That's a flight level 70, so we got that one right anyway. Company message, bugger off. Well, that's the other thing I need to do, isn't it? Failures. Yeah. Done.
Bordeaux traffic, Air France 875, taxi via out apron Bravo, exit 2 onto Papa and on Alpha, don't shot 23.
Right, that ideally needs to be saved as defaults. So, store as default, yes. When you store these as defaults, does that just mean it stores it for that airframe rather than the whole entire thing? I guess that's what it is.
And Alpine 56 Lima Golf, push it back now, stand, Bravo 1, right.
That's
It's about time.
load sheet, yeah, accept these, don't want. Try not to run over the bus. Telex. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Not doing that. We can look at that some other time. Good, that's cleared the camo. So there's Dart, there's Gav. Hello, hello Gav. Hey Paul, how you doing? Hope well, funny enough, Paul, I loaded this in so quickly. I literally got in from the dog walk, and I thought, oh, I'll load it in quickly. And literally, as I loaded it in to be in this airport, the PC crashed and restarted itself, probably wiping off about a useful 5 minutes. But you know, fortunately, it loaded up quickly. I loaded everything in the box and did the most half-arse setup ever. Literally, probably the quickest setup you've ever seen. Because half of it, I'm not too worried about. It's, you know. It's a nice day by the looks of it. Just so we can get going, because I'd rather just get going and join everybody rather than, you know, do it all properly and then be half an hour behind everybody else. And once we get going, I can probably have a look at doing the return flight plans. I've got loads of time stays, so is it Cav okay for everybody else? In the right place. Right, taxi checklist, because I haven't done that yet, have we? And what does it say? Flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 1. FMA is climb nav blue. 1FT2. Radar predicted wind shear is on. ECAM mode is takeoff no blues, and EFBs are stowed and disconnected. Try and sort out this desk today, as soon as it's disgusting and covered with a load of crap.
Bordeaux traffic, Air France 875, line up 23.
Just make sure nobody's behind dark on approach. Annoy somebody by going in front of them. No, I don't think so. No. Good, so the runway is clear after dark's gone. Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is lining up after the Air France. Give you a couple minutes separation. Oh, out of the way, bus. Stupid bus driver. Hey Mark, how you doing? Can you do the French? Well, I can try, yeah. This is Alpine. No, I can't do that. I can't do the French accent. That would just be terrible. So no, I won't do that. Right, Dark is on his way.
Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 56 Lima Golf, taxi now via Whiskey Echo 1, Papa, holding Alpha for runway 23.
Bordeaux traffic, Air France 875, departure 23, runway 5, Papa departure.
Right, he's on his way. Give him a couple of minutes. Get the lights on. Just line up on the runway. Dun 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 dun. That's done. Oh, not that one. Not bad. That one. That's all done. That's just the packs. Right, approach is clear from what I can see. I wonder if I've got me thingies. Oh, oh, what am I doing? No, I still don't have my views. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I was stuck here at the holding point, you'd all be buggered. If I had a technical problem. Where do you need to put the CFG file for the views? It's one thing I don't know. So I've put it in the community folder, but it doesn't seem to be working. Is that a 321? Looks like it. I'm sure there's a way to turn those bus drivers off.
Air France 875, passing flight level 2500.
Right, Dark's had 2 minutes, that's probably enough. So, lineup checklists, cabin is secure for takeoff runway 23 full length, and takeoff clearance confirmed, TCAS is TARA, and packs 1 and 2 are off. Cool. We can go. Where's Gavin? There he is. Go on, Gav. Being well slow. Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is departing runway 23 on one of the departures to the south, no idea. Alright, let's go. So, Manflex something SRS runway. Just is set.
Galaxy 253 Romeo line up and holding 23. .100 knots.
B1 rotates. Last to climb, gear up. Hey, P1. Just climb. He's taking his time, Paul. Yeah. So he's doing it properly, that's why. Where I wasn't. I was just being a bit gash. We can do the next one properly. Yeah, it's a shame I don't have the views. I thought they were in there, but they're not. Right, climb.
Chelix 253 Romeo departing 23 out
Standard. Come on. Ah, what are you doing? Pull it. Oh, for God's sake, bloody click spots. Right, standard setting cross chat. That's 70 blue. What's the cruise? Got loads of fuel on arrival. Good. 37, maybe 35. .50 blue. I think we're above the MS8.
And Bordeaux traffic on 556 Golf. Just holding short runway 234, 90 seconds so for departure separation.
That was me, as I knocked my side stick, that's why that came off. AP1 back in for SP, flap 0. Down. Right, lights can come off.
Traffic runner 3087, stand Delta 3, KH1010,
That's scanning crew can be released. What's the flight time? Oh, I haven't done the thingy, have I? Should have put the... Well, not that it really matters, could have put the OFP up, but I won't put the OFP up. In the chat, it doesn't really make any difference, because I didn't pay any attention to it, so... flight time is... What have we got? It's not very long. Oh, an hour and 40. That's a bit longer than I thought, actually. Well, at least I've got time to go and get some breakfast. Yeah, hour 40.
Bordeaux traffic, Chelix 253 Romeo 2500.
Yeah, I do need to make sure I'm cruising at the right flight levels as well in this. Because it's a sort of funny direction. Let's have a quick look.
And Alpine 56 Lima Golf at Bordeaux, lining up runway 23 for departure on the Fabric 5 Papa.
So what's the cruising flight levels? So it's the south is odd, yeah, that makes sense. And in Spanish, it's odd to the south as well. Good, okay. Good, well, we got out of there really quick anyway. It's probably the quickest I've ever departed out of anywhere. Gavin's just taken off in the background. Who's that behind? Who's in the jet suit? You always take off with packs on. Yeah, it's fine. You can do it, Paul. There's no problems. You know, lots of airlines probably do take off their packs on, as long as it's in the performance, because it just affects the flex ever so slightly. But yeah, you've got the option. So as long as you have that on in your performance, it's fine. Out of interest, I wonder what the speeds were. Sync load sheet. Yeah, that would do. Yeah, off. I can't even remember what I had now, but it was something like that. And we used full length. What did I have? About 145-ish, 65. Oh, that wasn't bad, was it? I mean, that was a pretty good guess. Can we go back to the takeoff? Yeah, it can as well. It's kept it. 145, 145, 148. and yeah, the flex has disappeared. I'm pretty sure. Did I not put the flex in? I can't remember. But 145, I was a knot off for V2, and I went 65, which is a bit more conservative, a bit more power anyway. I might have actually forget to put that in. Did that? What did the FMA say? That usually say flashes at you or something. Oh, it worked. It worked anyway. That's fine. Yeah, buddy. I wonder if my dog's had a drink yet. Have you had a drink yet, buddy? Probably not. And come down and do breakfast, will do. Right, what haven't we done? Guard was never put onto... God, I had a right mare yesterday doing on the radio, so who's that watched? I mean, that was quite comical, really. There you go, back on one. It should, there's a big clue, really, when you got the sell button on and everything else, but... There we go, never mind. Live and learn. Right, seems smooth enough that you can let go. Belts are off. I remember to turn packs off for takeoff, but never remember. But you don't need to turn them off for landing, Daz. You only need to. You don't need to, well, you don't have to anyway. I mean, it's a fuel-saving initiative to turn them off for takeoff. So low-cost airlines will probably turn them off, but you don't need to turn them off for landing because it's all about performance really, and the performance for the engines, and you've got completely different performance and obstacle clearance rules for takeoff than you do for landing, because obviously when you're taking off you're on the ground, so you've got to clear obstacles, and there's a completely different sort of formula and procedure for takeoff, different takeoff climb gradients, etc. The go around climb gradients from landings are not quite as restrictive, so as such there's never really a need to turn the packs off to help you achieve the climb gradients, because it's never quite as bad in the first place compared to what it is for takeoff. There is, if you're overweight, in the overweight landing checklist or the overweight QRH, it does suggest that if you're struggling to make a climb gradient, you can turn the APU on and use APU bleed to supply the packs. That helps your go around climb gradient. So it does say that, but I mean, to be honest, you're very, very rarely ever in that sort of territory when it could be an issue. So yeah, you don't really have to do it, to be honest. It is done in Innsbruck. I think the packs are all driven off the APU bleed in Innsbruck because it's a bit more critical there because of all the terrain. Have you flown the 321 in real life? I have, Paul. Yeah, I've flown the classic, the old CEOs, and I fly the Neos currently as well. So the 321 Neos, which are pretty good. They fly a little bit differently, or they land a little bit differently, certainly. But yeah, I quite like the 321s. They just land a bit oddly. Do you recommend when climbing to use open climb or managed? Yeah, I did touch on this on the stream the other day. So once you're clear of the SID, which I think we are, I think we're clear of that now. Yeah, Vavix was the end of it. So you've usually got constraints on the departure. So if you use managed climb, say ATC have cleared you like they might have done today, say right climb flat level 350, you've been cleared above all the constraints. So it's usually just best to use open climb or maybe VS if there's a lot of traffic around and you don't want to set off the TCAS. So use open climb if you've been given a good climb clearance straight away when you're on the SID, because you've got constraints there. If you go managed climb, it will try to maintain these constraints on the SID, which is not what you've been cleared. So if you've been cleared flight level 350, you're not trying to maintain the constraints that are on the departure. Let's have a look at the actual SID, it might be easier. There we go. So yeah, we haven't really got any here, but say you had height constraints here, say you had like flight level 70 at Vavix and you went managed climb, it would level off at 70, but if you've been climbed to flight level 350, then you don't want to level off. So use like open climb or VS until you pass the SID, and then once you're past the SID, then you can go in managed climb, because there shouldn't be any constraints to worry about, if that makes sense. Yeah, what else is there? We've done that. Just climbing. Cost index, do I need to worry about that? Not really. 37, that's done. Perf is done. Fuel, so... Oh, we've got loads of fuel. Alternate. What did we have for the alternate? Oh, I've got that in as well. EJU. Oh, it's all... 713 golf. So it's a good job, ATC Artline. Flight number, done. And fuel. What it was to the alternate. Let's have a quick look. 1.6. 6. That'll change it a little bit. Half an hour extra. Let's see. Now Gav was saying something about the weather being a bit crap. I don't know. I think he was looking at the wrong place. What do we got? 20 at 11. Yeah. So runway 20, that makes sense. 17 degrees. What do we got later on? 5,000 rain, scattered, broken, few TCUs. Yeah. I mean, that's alright. It's, you know, seen a lot worse than that. Bordeaux, 6,000 light rain again. Gusting, a bit gusty in Porto maybe. But that's straight down the strip because it's a southerly runway. I don't know what Gav was on about. It's not that bad, honestly. It's Cat 1. Lovely views of France. A lovely easyJet Europe aircraft. I'm kind of tempted to go and have a look at Gav's stream, see what he's talking about. Do a bit of in-flight entertainment and watch Gavin. Right, I'm just closing my stream a minute, so chat amongst yourselves for a second. I just want to see what he's doing. Oh, I sense there's a question. So what was the question people are asking? Right, so somebody was asking something on Gav's stream, and I've just said ask a question on my channel. Not that I'm nicking your viewers, Gav. Yeah, I think Paul's just gone from my stream to Gavin's. I might do the return journey. So if I'm going a bit quiet, I'm just reading the things on Gavin's. He's got like 98 viewers. I've probably got about 6, but there we go. Does anybody else think the rudder steering controls are too sensitive when rolling down the runway for landings? This is something on Gav's channel. Crikey. Yeah, Peter has got a lot of points. Yeah, there is something. I do need to do something about sensitivities. Maybe I can do it on the ground, I don't know. Right, anyway, I'm going to go back to my channel. Stream. Let's close that down. Let's back in on mine. There we go. All three. Oh, everyone's disappeared, yeah. Right, I'm back on mine. Everyone's disappeared from my channel, gone to gas. Never mind. Right, hours dark, doing these 20 miles ahead. That'd be fine. Separation. Needs to go on company frequency. I'm trying to remember how you message people now. Do you remember how you message people on... How do you message people on here? Atsu. Nearly near cruise. Request, no, not that. Message. Anybody have any idea how you send a message? I've got no idea. I mean, Gav's yours on Twitch. Why not you multitasking? You're here, Dark. Yeah, how do you send a message? Dark, do you want to go on company frequency? Go on company. Box 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not... That's... Yeah, there you go. I swear that's changed again. Three, 4, 5. I wonder if that works on box 2. Does box 2 work? Ah, it does. Aha, company! Anybody there? No. Talking to myself. You cut in the corner, Dark. Didn't put the anti-ice on, did I? Did I need to put the anti-ice on? Probably not. No, it's 57 degrees. Oh, bugger off. Somebody on thingy, I think. Right, for 1,000 to go. Slowly getting there. Can we do 3.7? We might be able to do 3.7 actually. 3.7, it's... Yeah, 3.5 is fine. That'll do. Dark, can you hear this? Ooh, very broken. About 2x5. Maybe a little bit too far ahead. All of 20 miles. Isn't the blank screen above to send a message? This is the DCDU. Not really. It doesn't send. You can't send messages. You see the messages being sent. Okay, no worries. I'll just try and work out the messaging service. Right, out cruise. That's on below. Oh, come on, it will be. Oh, that's wrong. 50. There we go. Back out cruise. That's done. That's done. Yeah. Good. 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 1.6. Probably about 8. Yeah, it's about it, isn't it? About 8 tons. No leaks. APU. Temperature's good. Fine. 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 And net. Who's that behind me? You're very close behind me. 10 miles. Ooh. Right, let's speed up a bit. Do 7, 8. Let's cut the corner. Let's do what Dark's doing. Domingo. Let's go Domingo. See you later, suckers. Let's go back on 1 before I start cocking this up again. Yeah, this is was it DCDU data link something display unit data link communication display unit. I think I can't remember my abbreviations. But yeah, when you're using CPDLC and you log it in and connections, notifications, you put the ATC thingamajiggy address there, which would be like London is EGTT. So if you put London in there, I don't know if that would be the VATSIM one, but you would then log into CPDLC and then you'd get messages like change frequency and there'd be accept, and you'd press this button, accept it, send it, and then that would be received, and then you can do requests as well. So you can request flight levels, and this can then it says transfer to DCDU, so then that goes up there and then you send it. But you know, to actually sort of do the request, you do it in the MACD effectively. But yeah, I'm just trying to work out how you send messages to other aircraft. I'm not too sure. Hey Spurs, how you doing? I nicked you from Gavstream, good. No gin and Skittles. Well, what about whiskey and cigars? Is that any better? Right, I'm just going to disappear. Sorry for that, as I've just turned up. I'm just going to disappear for a second because I want to make a coffee and a breakfast, because I've actually jumped on really quickly without doing that. So I'm just going for about 5 minutes when I do that, then I'll be back. So bear with me 1 second. Right, good day back with you. So I got me breakfasts. Hello, Kevin from Singapore. How you doing? So yeah, everyone's. Yeah, I was going to discuss that was better. All right, so bear with me while I just eat my brekkie with a bit of Weetabix and some bananas and grapes and yogurt. Try not to chomp down the microphone. So how are we doing in terms of separation of everybody else? Good, so look, me and Dart took the shortcut to Domingo, and then, is it Richard? It's got Richard here on that spy. Richard and Gav are behind us. So, yeah. We've raced ahead. Other P issues. Pretty much, Peter. I say pretty much because I was racing to get on this morning just to join Gav and everybody else. And I loaded up, had the, you know, whacked the scenery into the community folder, selected delivery, loaded the PC up, went to press, you know, go fly now, whatever it says on the menu, and it literally just crashed and the PC just restarted itself. So I've got no idea why. It wasn't like a memory error, it just had some sort of hissy fit. And it's been so good since I put the SSD in. It's been really, really well behaved. You know, a lot more stable. You know, landed in Heathrow yesterday. That was a lot smoother. I mean, the landing was a bit crap, but you know, the actuals, it wasn't stuttering or lagging, which was a lot better. So yeah, it's been really, really well behaved so far. And then, you know, loaded up today and it just went, nah, you're not going to do this, and it just crashed. So not the sim, it was the PC more than anything. But you know, I had a bit of time. I loaded up quickly again, got on stands, did the quickest setup of my life, and got going and still beat Gav. So there we go, it worked. If anybody remembers how to send a message on VAT's, is it V Pilot? Do you have to like press star and then the call sign? I can't remember. You had a go around at Heathrow. I didn't have a go around. No, I mean it did. It was fine. Sent you a DM on Discord for the camera config file location. Oh, cheers, Mark. Thanks. Quick look at that now in a second. Yeah, I just put it in the community folder, but it obviously hasn't worked. So obviously just need to redo that. Probably has to go in the Phoenix folder, does it? I couldn't quite remember. I mean, Gav sorted this out for me originally, so. So I'm sort of muting and unmuting my mic as I sort of eat, because, again, crunching down the end of the microphone is not really what you want to hear. Right, I think I've just worked out how to send a private message. So I've just googled it. Googled works. So I sent Gav a message. It's alright. Just eating. Yeah, I've worked out how to do it on V-Pilot, but how does that then go through to... How do we do it here? That's what I want to do. I want to send one to Gavin. Send a message this way. Com. Right. I'm sure it's not that hard. I don't know. No idea. I'm sure there is a way of doing it. I just don't know what it is. Right, that's a breakfast finish. Have they not? Have they not, Dark? Have they? I thought they had, or was that maybe fly-by-wire have done that? Okay. If maybe it was fly-by-wire that's got the messages. Okay, yeah, it might be a fly-by-wire thing that they do, rather than the Phoenix. Oh, never mind, that's fine. Right, let's have a quick look at the arrival. As Lisbon is pretty straightforward. Lisbon. Right. Ground charts, parking stands. I guess we're going to park down here, most likely. Oh, didn't want to do that. Approach ILS. I wish this would be bigger. Not 02. ILS 20. That's the one I want. Cat. No, I don't want Cat 1 or 2. Cat 2 or 3. The approach was an in-bomb. That one, I think. Yeah, that's the one. Good, so in-bomb, we're coming down here. Fatima, Renal, and that goes all the way down to Upcat. And Upcat, I'm sure, will be the initial approach fix effectively for the RLS. There we go, Upcat. So that's nice and straightforward, just one big sort of straight line. That's good. RLS DME2 located with that is 3 degrees. There is some stuff in the airfield brief about it being windy. You might have a look at actually, just have a look in a second to see what the wind's doing. It's more if it comes from the north though, if the wind's coming from the north in Lisbon, this direction, over this high ground, you get a lot of sort of rotor turbulence that comes over this high ground. It can get really sort of choppy. So on 02, is it 02? Yeah, 02. It used to be 03, didn't it? It used to be 21 and 03, but yeah, you do get a lot of turbulence coming over when it's northerly winds, but I don't think it is. I think it's southerly winds today, so it's better. We should be able to watch Gav lands, yeah. I still use the fly-by-wire, I haven't got the Phoenix. I need to, you know, one thing I was going to do, Daz, this week was actually give the fly-by-wire a go. But you know, I was going to do something. I was going to do like an American flight today, something a bit different. And then Gav said he was streaming this morning doing this. I was like, well, I've got to join. I'm like, I can't not join that. So I suppose I could do an American flight tomorrow in the fly-by-wire. I suppose that's something I could do potentially. I don't know what liveries I've got for it, but anyway, what we got? Lisbon 1707. 7,000, light drizzle, few. It's a little bit. Weather's got a bit worse. Low cloud, 17 degrees, 1010. You can put that in. Well, it's the same actually. 1010. 1010. Good. So yeah, clouds got a little bit worse. Alternate, I think, is Bordeaux. Yeah, strong winds coming from the south. Rain shower CBs. Yeah, not really great in Bordeaux. I wonder what Farah is. Maybe go Farah instead. I'm sure we've got the fuel for it. Not that I've got any intention of going to anywhere else other than Lisbon, but we'll have a quick look. LBFR. Doing an American flight this evening. One thing which is good, which there's only 14 of you watching, so it's there's a few of you got to know. My missus, her cousin's coming around next Friday, so I have Friday evening off, and she said, "Oh yeah, you can do." You can go and do streaming or something. So it's like brilliant, because I don't really get to stream in the evening because the missus kind of insists that I've got to bloody spend time with her, you know. I don't know, something about being married or something, isn't it? Apparently there's some sort of caveat where you've actually got to spend time with each other when you see each other, which is a bit annoying, but I suppose that is part and parcel of being married to someone. So yeah, I've got an evening off next week, so next Friday, and I actually asked Gav, I said, "Oh, you're around next Friday because I'm doing another stream like this?" And he went, "No, he's Gav's somewhere else. I think he's working." So it won't be with Gav, but I can do something in the evening, which means some night flying, which I haven't actually really done much night flying in the sim yet because I sort of stream this time of the day. So yeah, next week should be quite interesting, where I can do something in the evening, and I'm sure there's some live events going on in Europe maybe, and then I can do a stream then, which would be great. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next Friday. Got a lot to do tomorrow. Try and watch tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'll sort of think about it. I mean, today's been quite good because I've basically got the whole day off. I haven't, had to go shopping yesterday, so as with all things, real life gets in the way, various chores. But I've got whole of today off and then whole of tomorrow off. Although the missus will be home a little bit earlier tomorrow because she finishes work earlier. But that's fine. I can do a reasonably long stream. Will you fly the 310? 310. Yeah, I said this yesterday, Paul. What was that? Let me just go and check what that was. So there might be somebody at the door. A second. No, I have no idea what that was. Yeah, 310. Yeah, somebody did ask this, and I sort of said, basically, I mean, if I didn't have to pay for it, if somebody gave it to me and go, "Oh, can you test this out for us or something?" then I'd be more than happy to. But I don't know the 310. I've never flown the 300s series or 310, so I don't really know it very well. I don't mind flying it, but I mean, to be honest, like I said, I think somebody asked this yesterday. There's a few aircraft that I do want to fly, or would quite be happy to learn to fly. The 146, the Just Flight 146, I do kind of want to get that one day. The Concorde, because I sort of flew that years ago on the old flight sims. I did quite enjoy that one. Concorde, yeah, 146. The ERJ 145. I know there's not a model for that yet, but if somebody brings that out, I'd be quite interested to do the 145. And that's mainly it, really. So I mean, there's a few aircraft that I would quite look forward getting to sort of know intimately, and sort of put the time and effort in. But I'm not that bothered about the 310. So I don't know. The 330, yeah, the 330 I could do, because the 330 is very similar to this anyway. It's just a bit bigger. The hydraulics are a bit more robust. There's a couple of extra fuel, a couple of extra electric pumps. I think fuel system's obviously a bit more complicated. There's fuel dumping as well. But I mean, generally it's just a big 321. So they're very, very similar. So yeah, 330 I wouldn't mind too much if that was reasonably comprehensive. So yeah, see, I do need to fly the fly-by-wire. I know it is a good product. The thing is, I know the Phoenix. I know what it does and what it's capable of. So that's kind of why I do it. Alright, how far do we go down? 185 miles. So 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes. Not even sure if Gavin's responded to me. Oh, we've got Porto Tower. There we go. If we do divert, Porto Tower's online. But Lisbon Tower isn't. That's a shame. That's an interesting day to sort of jump on a control, isn't it? Alright, let's have a quick look at this. I might do config 4 today. The reason I do that is I did adjust my sensitivities. I just tweaked the pitch just ever so slightly yesterday, just because it was a little bit floaty in flap 3 when I landed yesterday. So I'm just going to adjust the pitch a tiny little bit, just to make it ever so slightly less sensitive. See how that goes, and then do it at flap 4 and see how it lands. Right, what's the wind? 007. To be honest, it might actually, I mean, if that was sort of wind, they might use 02, really. 17 degrees. 01. What are they using in real life? Because it's not that bad a wind. Where's my radar? There it is. Scale 1 to 10, how close is Phoenix to the real thing? Scale 1 to 10, 8 or 9, Paul, pretty easily. It's definitely up there. Trying to think of things that it doesn't quite do that maybe the real aircraft does. Oh no, they are using 2.0. That's fine. We'll just use 2.0. No problems. We can do that. Yeah, what does the Phoenix not do really in real life? I mean, ignoring the fact that obviously we're not in it, really, we don't feel things, but Yeah, the sort of the minor niggles that I'd have is the fuel flow is still a little bit low. 900 kilos. This is sort of neo fuel flow territory, really. 320, 321 neo LEAP engines. CFMs are more closer to the 1,000 to 1,100 at cruise. So we're only talking a little bit, another 150 kilograms more an hour. But yeah, the fuel flow is just a slightly bit more, but I mean that's not too bad. The pitch altitude in flap 3 in the real aircraft, that's closer to 5 to 6 degrees, so it sits there more. Where at the minute Phoenix have got it where it sort of sits at 2.5 to 3, which is what the pitch attitude is for flap 4. So that would need adjusting a little bit. This thing as well, my bugbear, pedal disconnects, they need to sort this out, I think. Funny enough, that's not actually staying on the ground. I mean, it's spring-loaded, that's how it works in real life. It's just spring-loaded and you've got to keep it now. But you can turn that off and on. So yeah, they need to sort this out, that when you do the flight controls you can press that and then you can do the rudder pedals without steering the nose wheel. So that's my other bugbear, which I know why they've done that, because it's to accommodate people that don't have rudder pedals and this, that and the other. So I understand why they've done it, but they need to be able to make it go back so that I could use it like I would conventionally do in the real aircraft. Speed brake lever. I think the speed brake lever as well, when you VLS, so VLS, your characteristic speeds, you can't really see it here, but VLS will be down here. VLS is all based on AOA, so this is all coming off the FACS, which is the angle of attack is sort of being delivered directly into the FACS, and the VLS are real speeds effectively, they're not make-believe. The characteristic speeds, everything you put in here like F-speed etc, that's all done here, that's based on the weight. If you put a stupid weight in here, it's going to spit out stupid sort of characteristic speeds. And my points where I'm going with that is VLS increases with speed brake extension, and when you get below 220 knots, if you start putting the speed brakes out, it increases the stall speed because obviously the spoilers are going up, and you can't really get the speed brakes out without putting flap 1 out because VLS shoots up. And sometimes on a heavier aircraft it can shoot up to above 220 knots, which is your you've got 230, VFE's 230, sorry, but yeah, it can shoot up to about 220. So you sort of get into a bit of a sort of tight situation where if you're trying to slow down and you haven't got slats out, because that's what you get with flap 1, VLS will shoot up with spoilers. You've sort of got to slow down and get sort of slats out, and then VLS will drop, and then you can get the speed brakes out, and VLS doesn't go up quite as much with the slats out. So, but that isn't modelled, so I don't know, I probably won't be able to try it, I might be able to try it. But yeah, that needs fixing, so VLS needs to come up quite a bit when they get the spoilers out low level. So yeah, that's not quite exactly correct. Weather radar, yeah, that's an Azobo thing, isn't it? So don't have weather radar, obviously. But with exception to that, those small little niggly things, everything else I think works pretty well. I haven't done a fuel balancing procedure yet. That was always an exciting thing. We did that with Gav. How are we doing with the fuel? Oh, it's balanced anyway, don't need to do it, but yeah, I think what do we call it, the fidelity of it is very, very good. The modelling's very good, very good. Well, it's some even like little things, like we've got little transfer valves here on the outer tanks, and these are electrically closed, and even things like that. So if we looked at the overhead panel and went backwards to the circuit breakers, you can see here the transfer valves for the outer tanks. If we pulled them, because they're electrically closed, then they open and then the fuel starts coming out of them. So even little things like that help. So if you ever had like a fault on both transfer valves where they wouldn't open when the fuel gets to about 750 kilos and you've got 700 kilos stuck in your outer tanks which you can't get, just doing something like that where if you pulled the circuit breakers, it would open these transfer valves and the fuel would go. Now, you're not supposed to do that in real life, there's no procedure for that. We're not supposed to pull circuit breakers for fuel pumps. They're not fuel pumps per se, but they're sort of transfer valves, so you're not really supposed to do that in real life, but it's just nice to see that Phoenix have modelled that sort of level of detail within it. So yeah, I do like the Phoenix for that reason, it's very good. Right, where are we going? So just over 15 minutes till we start going down. Oh, there's dark. I can see dark. Is that maybe him? Or somebody else actually, that might be somebody coming towards us. No, it's not for traffic, I think. Oh yeah, it's somebody else. Somebody going to... where are they going? Zurich. So we've had a pretty good look at the brief. Well, not the airfield brief. Let's have a quick look at the airfield brief, see if there's anything in there which is relevant. Let's have a look at Lisbon. Lisbon. And so wind shear runway 02, we're not doing that. Runway slope operating restrictions. No takeoff and landings between midnight and 0600, we're not doing that. 02 is no inexperienced people, that's not me. Complex takeoffs and aprons, fair enough. Unusual terrain profile for runway 02, so yeah, that's not affecting us. Due to a bit of coding, may see some erroneous vertical profiles or predictions. It's nearby military airspace. ETC reduced separation. Stability criteria due to the terrain profiles. Use 1,000 feet and 500 feet based on the touchdown zone elevation for both runways. So that's a bit of a threat, so we'll use that. Just the terrain. Crews are reminded not to accept ATC clearance for landing. That will violate local airport restrictions. So yeah, there's a little bit of terrain. Use the touchdown zone elevation for the 1,000 foot to 500 foot call. So what do we got? Where's the threshold? Threshold is 357, so about 1,400 would do for the 1,000 foot, and 800 feet would do for the 500 foot call. 250 is the initial, that's below 250, 280 knots, 250, 70, so we can probably put 70 for Ricknor, and then 4,000 up cats. 4,000 is a platform, top of drop will be about 12, yeah, 11.3 miles, that makes sense. MSA 4,000 to the north, so that'd be nice and safe. Minimums, what do we got? ILS 547. Done. New config full, yeah, let's do that today. Something different. India Lima Bravo. Yep. BBD 20. Perth we've done, it's managed in the descents. Let's go. Just increase, let's increase this just to keep the separation up. 270. Ah, what are you doing? This clear button, they need to change that as well, because sometimes you can't get rid of it, which is very annoying. Alright, change the descent speeds a touch. The winds, what did we say? 1707. 17 degrees, not the warmest days. 1010. Go around is fine. Fuel, we've got loads of fuel, that's fine. Bordeaux's yours, and I'm not going to go there. Secretary's copied. Good, done. Hey Peter, are you in the Phoenix beta team? I'm not, Peter. I know they said something on their Discord server recently that they were looking for more testers. Like, I don't... Instead, cable's cut. That was a Shetland Islands. So this is the next escalation to the Russian war, I think, is that if all our mobile phones die and the internet dies, we know we truly are buggered. But yeah, I was waiting to see bloody stories of internet and everything else, mobile phone service down. I'm not, Peter. No, I'm not in the beta team. I don't mind. I'm more than happy to offer my services. I think I did say something recently on their Discord. Said, I'm a real world A320 pilot. If you need anybody, then I'm happy to sort of help out. But if they don't need me, if they've got plenty of people, that's fine. I'm more than happy just sort of you know, appraising this, I suppose, in my own time, without sort of any sort of time constraints. I don't really know what their beta team schedule is like, you know, whether they've got to dedicate a certain amount of time to it, or do any reports and stuff. And you know, I'm quite happy just sort of testing it really on the stream, and then if they need to know anything, they can either watch the stream back or ask me. It's up to them really. But no, officially no, I'm not. But obviously I do have a few opinions of the odd little thing about the model. Alright, how's Gavin doing? Let's go on to Gavin's stream quickly. Is there a competition from HDs? So if I'm going quiet, I'm just texting on Gavin's stream. Back to mine. Let's go back to my stream. There we go. I've got 10 people watching. Gav's got about 100. I mean, that just shows the difference in subscription membership, I think. There we go. Yes, there's a good cue, isn't it? If you like it, subscribe, like, post your comments, throw a load of insults at me. I don't care. I'm thick-skinned. I can do with anything. No. How's the iPad doing? iPad's doing alright. It's on 63%. I use the iPad to watch, well, not watch the stream, but to see the chat more than anything. But it's, my iPad's just suddenly, I mean, there'll be iPad people out there, there'll be non-iPad people out there. But the battery's obviously failing now, where as soon as it gets charged to 100%, it just shuts down and goes, no, you need to charge me. I'm like, well, I've charged you 100%, you twat. And it's in this sort of repetitive problem now, where when it's 100% charged, it just doesn't like it and shuts down. So I can't really charge it to 100% anymore, just so it survives. So we've got to go into town Saturday. That's tomorrow. I don't know, whatever day Saturday is the next day. And maybe get a new iPad, which I don't really want to do. That's another expense, isn't it? I got money. Honestly, I wish I could be bloody just crapping money, because I need it at the minute. I've just got money going left, right and centre. At least I've got a pay rise this month. But yeah, it's just constant expense all the bloody time. Yeah. See you later, guys. Yeah, no worries. I might be on later on as well, so yeah, you can catch up with me later. I might do the return. I've got loads of time to do a return. In fact, if I have a quick look at SimBrief, I might be able to get... Can I do... Just need to make up a... what was the flight number? Let's go 764-3. That'll do. Where are we? Lisbon. Bordeaux. Toulouse, yeah, that'll be fine. What time was the thing scheduled to land? 11:05. Say 40 minutes on that. 45, 11:45. Zulu. Here's the aircraft I'm using. EJU. Let's think of something else we could use. Making up a call sign, doesn't really matter what it is. That's done, that's done. Let's look at some alternates. FRS. There's Biarritz, I can never remember the name of it. Map. Is it LFBZ? That's it. LFBZ, that'll be one of them. LFBH. That's La Rochelle, I think. Yes. Those do for alternates. Good, I think that's ready. Right, so flight plan is done for the way back. So yeah, we can do the return. Schedule is 11:45 to depart out of thingies. So yeah, we've got over an hour until we need to go. So that's looking pretty good. So plenty of time to look at the flight plan on the ground. Hey J-Hog, how you doing? And actually probably do it properly, I suppose. Do the performance and everything else properly. Unlike what we did leaving Bordeaux. But hey, we're airborne, we're safe. It was all fine. Good example of how not to do it, but another example of just how quickly you can set up an aircraft and go if you really, really, really need to. I don't think there's much on the description at the minute either. I'll have to pad this out a little bit later on the description. Did I think I uploaded the video, not the video, the thingy for yesterday's. Yeah, I did, good. So that's uploaded. I sort of end up putting a photo of the stream, but at the end of the stream I sort of need to do it before really, but I never have enough time to do that. Right, Mac, there we are, good. So how are we all doing? Almost there. It's a bit of a longer flight than I was expecting, to be fair. I thought it was only about an hour's flight, but that's fine. So it's looking good, there's 4 of us in trail. Going into Lisbon, we've all got a decent bit of separation. Probably catching on dark a little bit. I'm just going to go manage speed again. That will do. Gav's sort of tail end Charlie, and he's right at the back. Got to be waiting on the ground for hours. Oh, what's the dog one? Hang on 1 second. Somebody's at the door or something else. Right, back, sorry. Yeah, that was the postie. Dog's just been, new toys come through the post, so should have fun with that later. How are we doing? See, we're still nowhere near the descent yet. Yeah, 6 minutes, that's fine. I was tired, was up at 3 AM, flew to, what's that, PH, that's Edinburgh, isn't it? Let's see who lands better between, oh there we go, yeah, there's a competition, isn't it? Who's got the better landing rate? Yeah, the banner's working good. Right, there we go, let's go on Gavstream, let's say that's the landing competition between me and Gav. Landing comp between us. Yeah, that'd be good fun. Who's that? Somebody's gone past us. Is he still briefing? How is he still briefing? Jesus. Oh, Gav's briefing properly, that's why. I'm just saying we're here, we're going there, we're landing there, done. You might be able to hear him. Gav's briefing properly. I don't think he's paying any attention to the chat. Oh well, we'll leave him to it. He's briefing and taking 4 hours to do it, but that's fine. He may say it, he may not. I'm off down in a minute. Yeah, see you on the ground. Dark. Yeah, I've got to go down in a minute actually, haven't I? Turn that down. I want that. Good. Right, so what did we say? 25 was below 250, so 70 is effectively clearance. So let's go to 07. Done. What's the transition altitude? Oh, that's the other thing as well, which I know talking about Phoenix earlier, what they need to do. Transition altitude, where are you? Are you probably on the ILS? It's 5,000, is it? Yeah, 4,000 is the transition altitude. So the performance page, this is something which Phoenix have got transition flight level. Now I'm assuming there might be different aircrafts, different airlines with different FMGCs, different sort of software sort of variations. The aircraft I've only ever flown have only ever got the transition altitude value, not the transition flight level. Now the transition flight level normally with a lower QNH is probably a bit higher, but it's usually about 1,000 feet above the transition altitude. So the transitional flight level in this case is probably about 50. So this could do with being changed. Challenge has been accepted. Excellent. Well, I'm going to make a tip myself now. Should I do an auto land and cheat? Mind you, the auto land probably do a worse job. So. Yeah, so that really should be a transition altitude, not a flight level. I mean, it had 040 in there, which was the correct value, but it's, you know, it should be it should say altitude. So I suppose I don't know. Can I put 4,000? Is that going to accept it? No, it's not. So it's weird because I'm not too sure how this is going to relate to, you know, if you went below 50, that should start flashing at you to say, hey buddy, you know, you're descending to an altitude now, this needs to be on a QNH. So really that value should be 5,000, but this is labelled transition altitude in the FMGCs, and it's a value 4,000, 6,000, whatever it is. So maybe if I just leave that to 40, maybe it'll start flashing at me at 4,000 feet. I mean, maybe it's just the labelling, maybe it probably still works exactly the same, but the labelling should be a bit different. Alright, who's behind me? Are they quite close? Ew, wrong view. That one. 20 miles. Let's just speed up again. Touch. Don't want to get too close to the guy behind. Bit cloudy on descent. Yeah, it's low cloud on the ground, I think. Is it dark? Not too worried about the cloud in the air. It's more the cloud close to the ground. Just light drizzle now. Yeah. Sat 190 at 11. Let's just update this. 190 at 11. Broken at 600. Yeah, so getting quite close to Cat 1. I mean, if this was much lower, 400 feet or overcast, I'd be looking at LVPs. In which case you can't do. Which is interesting actually, because you can't do LVPs on 20. Right, let's just have a quick look at this. 16 degrees. 1010 is still. 190 at 11. So yeah, so we'd have to start looking at this really, because if this reduced any further, we'd have to look at what the options are. I mean, that's almost a 10 knot tailwind, which is effectively auto land limits. That's going to be a 10 knot tailwind, I think, for the auto land. But this is only Cat 1, this runway, I think. Or was there, oh no, there was a Cat 2? There might have been a Cat 2 actually saying that, so I might be lying. Because it's on a different chart, isn't it? Approach. Come on. Yeah, I might be talking complete bollocks. Yeah, sorry, I am talking complete bollocks. There we go. So it's not really a major issue. If it did get any worse, we do have Cat 2 and Cat 3 minimum. So yeah, it's only because there was a different chart. So there we go, we could go down to Cat 3B if we needed to. So yeah, that's not a problem. We could use that, and obviously the aircraft's all serviceable, there's no failures, so we can use Cat 3B minimum. Right, there we go, stop a drop, let's start going down. So that's descent, 70 blue. It's a little bit lumpy up here as well. I wonder if there's a little bit of a jet stream. Is there any turbulence forecast? Not that one, that one. Transition altitude at Lisbon is actually... You sure, Rui? Let me have a quick look at the Sigmets first. Oh, I should have plugged that in. Whoops. Oh yeah, it's jet stream. Yeah, so it's probably a little bit bumpy. That makes sense. Let me just double check that. Okay, I would disagree with that, because my charts, my real world charts, are saying the transition altitude is 4,000. So I'm not too sure where you get 5,000 feet from, but the transition altitude, I believe, is 4,000. It certainly is on my charts. And you know, the flight level, the transition level, flight level might be 5,000, which is normally about 1,000 feet above. So yeah, I'd love to know what your source, you know, your information source is for that one, because I mean, even my real world chart says 4,000. Right, I think we've done everything that's already. Fuel, I haven't really checked that, but it's still fine. We had loads of it. Lisbon traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is descending flight level 70 on the inbound arrival for runway 20. Get the right chart up. That's who ATC usually says. I'm still confused because again my charts say transition altitude 4,000 and the transition level is what ATC dictate, which is pretty much normal everywhere, because for really low QNH you're going to have a much higher transition level.
Please forward heavy traffic. Air France 875 is overhead.
The transition altitude is usually pretty fixed, that doesn't really change. Hey Ryan, I mean, by your name it looks like you're more local and maybe Portuguese, so you may know a little bit more, but I'm only going with the real world information I've got in front of me. So I can't, I may be wrong, but I'm only arguing what information I've got, if that makes sense. Right, RNAV GNS, we've got all that. Speeds, yeah, we'll do those. We'll be well below these, probably max 250 should be fine. Alright, let's get you on. 1010, let's get you on. Constraints. Order brake, yeah. Vacating the runway, didn't really sort of chat about that, but it's quite straightforward. We're land vacates, probably Hotel 1, Hotel 3, and then uniform, maybe uniform Lima then I think. Hotel 3 is quite good. Straight down Lima and then one of the stands, that will probably be fine. With any NOTAMs, are those closed? Because sometimes they're closed. Can't wait for the landing. Yeah, the pressure's on now, isn't it? If I bugger it up, I'm going to look like a right prat. Obstacles. Cranes. Don't care about the cranes. Runway. Not too worried about that. Good. Yeah, there's not really no terms to worry about either. Good. Fine. I feel like I need to put my shoes on now because it's the pressure's been increased. It's now serious as a landing competition. I don't have my shoes on, so mind you, there's not going to be much rudder needed. Right, I think it's getting too bumpy. They can get strapped in early. Some belts are on. Yes, you're right, but that's usually this one. Yeah, again, Rui, I kind of understand what you're saying. I think, I know there's a sort of amount of variation it can change, but just in terms of sort of prescribed numbers, I think that's what we got. Who's in charge of the ruler then? That's Gav. That's Gav and you are flying. Oh, this, we've got to do it ourselves now. Speed. Alright, go on, speed up. 280 knots, we're below that. Well, it's fine, I can whack myself around the back of the head because I know when I've buggered something up. To be fair, Gav pretty much knows nowadays. Yeah, a little bit cloudy. You can still see the ground though, that's fine. What was the grid moorers and the MSAs off the charts? Quite high around here. Top of drop. 494444. Yeah, there we go. 49. 5,000 is probably the highest MSAs in the descents. There's no weather radar, so just have terrain on anyway. So 25,000, we're just about to be below that, so that's working. Just going to slowing down too much for the guys behind, so speed up a bit to 70. Hey Lee, how you doing? Right, frequencies are all good. I wish a tilt, well, I suppose when the weather radar tilt would work. That's what we usually do. I think I've done everything. Yeah. 250 knots at Fatima. Fatima's overfly, is it? Okay. Light up that cigar now. Yeah, well done. Good man. Yeah, not that we can smoke those in real life. Certainly not at work, anyway. Coffee left. Oh, I've got a tiny little bit. It's now basically cold. Good. So they're all set up, we're ready to go. The next flight plan is in. I haven't filed it yet, but that's due. We're taking off in about an hour and 10 minutes, so that's the departure. 11:45 should be able to do that without any problems. Go back to Bordeaux. Do a nice little 2-sector out of this. We'll get a nice little 2-sector out of it. It's not really any bad weather. What time? If I'm taking off at 11:45, that's at 12:45, 12, 2 hours, 2, 1, 3. So I'll be on the ground in Bordeaux by 3. Yeah. Let's see if I can do some sort of recording or something about my sensitivities. I'll see how this landing goes, because it's going to be flap full landing. I'd be interested to see how the sensitivity of the pitch is, because I did try it again after I did the Heathrow flight yesterday. I just hooned around Heathrow for a couple of times and just adjusted it and did a couple of flap 3 landings, and they were ever so slightly better. So yeah, it'd be interesting just to sort of see what it's like in flap full this time. Right, there's Fatima, starts slowing down. 250 knots is the max speed. So Fatima, Reno, and then down to Upcats, which is the clearance limit point. We'd hold there if ATC were online, didn't give us clearance. So I've got 19 viewers. How many viewers has Gav got now? Is he still on 100? I'm trying to poach as many viewers as possible. I think my subscribers gone up. I've got 376 subscribers. Definitely got a couple more. Gav's on about your accents and no PA calls. Yeah, my really bad accents. My sort of Chinese stroke Spanish accents. Alright, loads of fuel still. That's good. There we are, pretty much visual the ground. Well, of course, there's no point doing PA. So who is it? Who's the YouTuber? Is it I can't remember. Drew Yar, whatever it was, and he actually records his PAs for the sim. Now, I mean, bless him. You know, I think it's quite sweet, but part of me is just like, oh, come on, mate. It's like you literally are sitting in a room on yourself. Like, there's really no need to do a PA to fake passengers. I mean, this is where the sim, I think, is quite funny, because you can go, you know, into a lot of depth. You know, say, oh, cabin crew, you know, where the cabin landed, blah blah blah, like we normally do. But I don't know. Just part of me is just thinking, I'm not doing that. You know, this is a sim. At the end of the day, I'm going to have a bit of fun with it, and I'm going to sort of, you know, abbreviate things. I think that I don't normally need to do, or that I don't do that and maybe normally need to do. Was that the accent mark? Yeah, it's good afternoon, sir. This is Iberia, but it's just yeah, it was just not good. What was even worse, I would have felt less embarrassed had I got it on the right bloody frequency, but because I was talking to them on box 2, and they obviously weren't tuned into that or something, they were ignoring me. It was, you know, I would have felt a bit sort of, I don't know, a bit more of a comedian had I got it right. But I mean, the fact I completely fucked it up just made me look like a complete idiot. There we go. He PAs the passengers. Yeah, I know. This is where I just think I'm not doing a welcome on board PA. I mean, Christ, you know, it's just like, you know. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. It's just, I mean, yeah, get enough of that at work. You know, without saying, I'm really sorry for the delay, but you know, it's just been a complete shambles. You know, it's yeah, I'll stick to that for the real world. I'm quite happy doing that. I've got real fare-paying passengers behind me, but when I'm just doing this, I'm just flying this around and getting it on the ground. Right, I'm moving around all over the place while everyone's going sick. We've got the ATC yet. Is it still any Porto? Still any Porto? Yeah. Never mind. Oh, hello, buddy. You're having a big stretch. Good boy. Come up. Come up and chill out, buddy. We had a good little run around this morning. Yeah. Just scratching my dog's head. I think he likes it. Isn't that nice? Good puppy. Oh, he's so good. That's it. What's your best PA announcement? Oh, that's subjective, isn't it? I mean, best PA announcement for something that's gone wrong, telling them bad news or telling them, telling them good news. My missus said I sound very posh when I do my PAs. Said, "Oh, you always sounded very posh." This is like the complete opposite to what I really am in real life. So I've obviously got some sort of alter ego that comes up as soon as I pick up the headset, pick up this thing. If that works. No. Is there not a click spot? I thought there was a click spot for this. I thought you could use... Yeah, it was there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. That'd be paperwork. Imagine PA and that. Come here, good puppy. On flight where he's at a different destination to where we were going. After a pause, I'm only joking. Yeah, I try to leave a bit of humour out. I mean, we sort of got guidelines, to be fair, which, I mean, the company are getting very serious with PAs. I mean, we're not even allowed to say ladies and gentlemen anymore because of the whole pronoun. People that want to identify as, different genders or non-gender, etc., etc. So, we got those now, so we've got to be a little bit professional about it. And, I used to do, like, funny PAs in the old sort of charter days and this, that and the other and have a bit of fun. And, most of the times it went down very well. But, unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that, I won't say offended easily. That's, that's the wrong thing, because that's suggesting that they shouldn't be offended. But, there are so many different people out there nowadays with different beliefs, different thoughts, religions, backgrounds, etc., etc. That, it's very easy to say something that we may think, oh, that was quite a funny remark, but actually somebody would just take an offence to. So, we do have to be very, very careful actually nowadays, just the sort of conduct we do. But I just keep it professional, informative. Don't lie. That's the biggest thing. That's what we tell new captains as well. Just, for God's sake, just don't lie, because you'll probably get found out, and it just makes you. It puts your integrity into doubt, really, which isn't very good. So yeah, don't lie. I've had it a few times where I've had delays, and I've gone down and spoke to the passengers at the gates and sort of said, what have you been told by the ground handling agents? And the passengers said to me nothing, and I've actually said, well, that's good. I'm glad they've been told nothing, because unfortunately, if they're told something, it's usually not the truth. So I actually prefer it when they're not told anything, because then they can actually get the truth from me, and the truth is from me. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell them exactly what's going on, and that just reinforces our relationship. At least then they're going to believe me, and hopefully it sort of placates the passengers if anything's gone wrong. So yeah, hello plebs in the back. Yeah, I think that's just keep that strictly for the stream, I think. So Lee, what do I say? I just will say everyone, everybody. I generally don't say ladies and gentlemen anymore, just hello everybody on board, that sort of thing, because it's just a lot more general, I think. So anyway, against 10,000 feet now, critical parts, the seatbelts are on, that's all on standard, ILSs are good, it's not coded, yes it is, I had Indian Alarm at Bravo, let's do a quick call. Lisbon traffic, who are we? Alpine 713 Golf, we're approaching Reno, then proceeding to Upcats for the ILS, runway 20. So after Renor we can go down to 4,000 feet, which is an altitude. My coffee machine isn't working, so I need maintenance on board here.
Lisbon area traffic.
I'm sure somebody has.
Just past Tango 410. We're below 5160 and we're slowing down to 210 knots.
I can see on TCAS, buddy, no right, he's got loads of miles.
Roger, I can't get the words out because you can't use the word wherever you are.
Yep. I shall do it in my best Spanish voice.
That was bloody awesome. Tell you what happened.
So after your landing, we will all go and watch Gav. Yes, well, I've got loads of time, so what I do is just get all this done, get it all sorted, get people off. Like I said, I've got loads of time until about an hour until we've got to go to the next one. What time are we landing? On just before the hour, 10 minutes. So yeah, be a bit of time just to shut the aircraft down and doing full flaps. I am, Paul. Yeah, doing something different. It's like I said, I was just playing with it yesterday, and right, 4,000. QNH, set QNH please sir, that is all set and cross-checked, and we're 4,000 feet, right, the approach check, sorry, I'm just distracted. Approach checks, power ref is QNH 1010, seatbelts are on, always check the screen, not the switches, minimums, Barrow 547 feet, order brake is low, and EFBs are 40%, that do stowed and disconnected. Yeah, flaps full, because I did flaps 3 yesterday. I don't need to do flaps full, the land distance is fine for flaps 3, but just to give it a little bit of a difference in pitch, just because it's a little bit oversensitive yesterday. Do you fly together with Easy? Well, this is the first time, JJ, so this is the first time I've managed to join Gav, because he usually flies in the evening, you see, because he's quite busy during the day and then free in the evening. I'm the opposite, I'm usually free in the day and then busy in the evening. So it's the first opportunity we sort of had to sort of fly together. So yeah, if I'm going to jump on quickly and get on with it, because I took the dog out for a walk earlier, and right, I'll cap his top of drop just to make sure we grab that. Yeah, so let's go manage speed. So I don't want to miss out, and he can only do one sector, but I can probably do another one. If that's push face activated, so that's done. So yeah, I can do the return. I can do the return flight to Bordeaux. So I've got loads of time. Temperature's looking good actually, so anti-ice doesn't need to be on. Right, 23 miles away, 7,500 feet, so just about there. Profile, green yo-yo's looking pretty sensible. There's no indications just yet. I'm not doing the Portuguese accent. I don't even know what Portuguese accent is, to be honest. I mean, Portuguese, when you listen to them, they almost sound a bit like Russian. It's a very sort of strange language. It's sort of, you know, got a harsh Russian sort of accent to things sometimes. It's, you know, it's quite unusual listening to it. You know, it's quite different. You know, it sounds quite different to sort of Spanish, you know, and French and Italian. You know, sort of Spanish and Italian, I'd say, you know, relatively similar, but you know, Portuguese is certainly a little bit different. Yeah, let's turn these up a bit. Right, landing lights can come on if I can get the click spots, because I never can get them.
Lisbon traffic, Air France 875 now, stop this on, the guys have 10 now.
Oh, nearly there. No, I don't need that anymore. 36, that's irrelevant. So now 49. What was the block time supposed to be? 2 hours, I think, wasn't it? 141 flight time. Yeah. Which, yeah, it's not too bad. It's pretty close. Right, so on the approach. ISO block blue, Cat 3 Dual AP1 and 2. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, definitely nice and cloudy. So you'll probably see the runway a little bit late, but it's fine. Shared cockpit flyby with Gav, simultaneous stream would be... Yeah, it would, John. Yeah, I mean, if we can get around to doing that one day, that will be very good. Alright, just remember it's 1400 feet on the Barrow for 1800 feet for the 500 foot stability call. Temperature is still fine. See, normally when you drop through clouds, the temperature would drop a little bit. So if this was like 11 degrees and then you went through clouds, your likelihood is it would drop, because temperature does drop within the clouds, because obviously that's sort of how they're formed, really. Alright, let's go flat 1. Speed's checked. Flat 1. Go 180 knots. There were some speed sort of constraints, but no ATC online, don't have to worry too much about that. Alright, just about bang on the ILS, 5015, yeah, that's looking pretty good. So we should be able to get this captured all at the same time. Dark's just ahead of us, got plenty of miles. Save up Gav for shared cockpit, I think it's such yeah, I wonder if my GP would handle that, possibly not. Lisbon traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is approaching Upcats for the ILS approach, runway 20. A little bit of cloud, again, nothing to worry about. So this should hopefully capture all at pretty much the same time. A little bit blustery. There we go, glide slope lock star. Missed approach altitude, what was that? I forgot to actually look at that. Climb straight ahead, 70, fair enough. So climb to a flight level and a go around. Alright, let's get flap 2 out. Speed checks flap 2. Probably don't need it. Nice big headwind, but that's fine. Let's have a last minute look at the weather. See if that's updated again. 180 at 7. 18 now. 180 at 7. So it's sort of going up and down, really. It's not that bad. 17 degrees. So yeah, 17. 18 degrees now. A little bit warmer. But yeah, pretty steady winds. That's nice. Alright, technically below the sector safe. Radio altimeter is alive. Start slowing it down. Temperature's fine. 160. Through the murk. Yeah, Lisbon will be out here somewhere. Not much to do now until we get to about 5 miles, put the gear down. Yeah, nice strong winds, 30 knots. This is where ground speed mini would come in. If I press manage speed, it'd be hovering around this sort of speed anyway, just due to ground speed mini. That's where ground speed mini is actually quite a good thing, certainly on strong winds. Moment of truth, yeah. So if I bounce or crash, it's yeah. Crash on the wind. Should I crash on the runway, block the runway, and then Gav's got to make a decision? Then he's got to go to Porto. Yeah. Let's say sorry, the runway's blocked, airport's closed. I need to do that one day. Give him another line check. Give him a situation. Right, gear down. Manage speed. Flat 3. Speed check. Flat 3. Flat full. On the spoilers. Runway's about to come into sight. So landing checklists. Cabin is secure for landing. Go around altitude 7,000. Certainly, cabin is landing. No blue landing. Checks complete. Lisbon traffic. Alpine 713 Golf is 3.5 miles to land at Romney's 20. So you see ground speed MIDI working just due to that high headwinds. 130s Fiat VLS, yes, that's spot on. So yeah, that ground speed MIDI is really going to drop down once the speed reduces, once the wind speed. So hopefully that will reduce. There's a little bit of shear coming through. So really, this sort of headwinds, like you don't need to flare too much. Normally, you don't need to flare too much. I am visual. It's going to let the auto thrust look after itself. So obviously, very variable. It's not a little bit more. It'll be quite as bad in real life. I think it's starting to settle down. Just let the aircraft fly. Right, so there we go, I'm taking control over that. So, glide slopes, 3 reds, correcting. So, just fly the fucking aircraft. Keep it coming down.
Minimum.
3 reds, see.
100. 50. 40, 30, 20, retard.
Come on, you bugger. Thank you. Alright, spoilers, reverse green, decel. Manual brakes. I'll take the next one because it's a bit more helpful for actually going down to the terminal. There's no rush for people behind us. There we go, 70 knots. Easy. A little bit floaty, but kind of expect that in those sort of conditions, that's fine. Oh, bit of a lump. Lisbon traffic, Alpine 713 Golf is vacated at Hotel 3. Taxi into Terminal 2. So off here, straight ahead.
Channel 252 Romeo established. We are 6 miles out from Lima 20.
Spoilers. Let's run over the car, shall we? Out of the way, buddy. Right, start that. Get you. Don't need those. Don't need that. Go off. No. Click spots. I'm going to call them shit spots in future because they're bloody useless. That done flips. That can come off. Probably don't need the fans just yet. That's done. So we are going straight down here. And parking stands. I can't remember the name of it, but basically, yeah, that's it. Lima 2, Zulu 1, 201, something like that. 200 would probably do. When, oh, actually, Ryanair's there, so we shall park somewhere near dark. What stand you on, dark?
206, that's station 5.
286. Right, I'll probably park to the right of you. Right, I'll park to the right of dark. I'll park somewhere over here, so maybe you right and Zulu 3. Good, so there's Lisbon, that was nice and easy. As I say, deboard, not even bloody out the gate yet. We'll start that. Come on. It'll be embarrassing. Just there many, and there's not much space actually. Ooh. If these guys are going to go soon. Right, all clear on the right, all clear on the left. How was that? -59. Was that it? See. See, form is temporary, class is permanent. Oh, there's a catering truck there. Oh, I don't know if I can do that one.
Challenge 252 Romeo going around.
Oh, he's didn't do that one. Right, 208. Well, that sort of truck's slightly in the way, but I can probably deal with it. Right, APU is there. Don't stop, you bellend. Ill. Got brake pressure. There's no guidance, I don't think. We should go in that one. Oh, we could already go in that one, actually. 208. Yeah, we're going 208. I think that's going to fit. Touch the tips. Not going to worry about single engine now. No guidance, I'm just going to have to eyeball this a little bit. Right, Dark's tip is clear. My tip is clear, so we're definitely not touching tips. And I think, don't really matter, one of these will do. That will do. Right, good, done. Brakes are on. We've had the 3 minutes. APU is good. So I should have done that actually. Move that. There we go. Makes good. Done that. Right, engine 1's off. Engine 2's off. That's off. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Check this for a minute. That's done. That can stop. And this can come off. %. Speaker can come off. Good. D-board. Yes, please. I want to get out there quickly. And ground services. And forward stairs. Aft stairs. One left. 2 left. Done.
Lisbon traffic, Alpine 56 Lima Golf, established runway 2011 miles, speed 180 knots.
Good. Right, there we go. Backs can come on. It's been, not been a minute, but solid. That'll do. Right, let's go and see and watch Gav. Hee. Showcase. I'm hoping this isn't going to... I hope the drone doesn't make any difference. Oh, where's the runway? There it is. Yeah. If I'm flying around now on VATSIM, I do apologise. Yeah, I need to slow this camera down. It's all over the place. So what's the wind? So it's sort of, yeah, it's sort of from the south. Yeah, that makes sense, wasn't it? 180. Felt a little bit stronger than maybe what it should have been, but alright, I need to get a song for this. Hopefully that's something for Gav. Who's this? Was this somebody taken off? I'm guessing it's somebody taken off, wasn't it? Is he going? Or is that just something gone wrong in the... Yeah, there it is. Oh, I don't know what he's doing. Gav's not...
traffic up 156 Lima Golf, 3 mile final runway 20.
I don't know what that guy's doing. He's become a Harrier jump jet, I think. I've got no idea what this aircraft's doing. I don't even think anybody's taken off, have they? Yeah, it's not Gavin. Where have I gone? I'm not sure what's even happening to that. I can't even see Gavin. I have a sneaky suspicion this is like the FSTL maybe trying to model Gavin at doing something. Now let's have a look at his stream. No, I think he's landed. I don't know what that was doing. I am on Vatsim. Yeah. Like like Gavin's landed and vacating, so I don't know where he's gone. I'm guessing Gavin's landing wasn't quite as good. Yeah, I think I don't know what that's doing. Yeah, I think that was Gavin's aircraft just spinning around like crazy. I don't know. Maybe trolling him it's not done the Matrix any good. So I've disappeared off the V Pilot. That's the funny thing. I'm not even there. A Ryanair's there. So Ryanair's, yeah, the Ryanair's still there, but I've disappeared. Don't see you in Vatsim. No, I know.
Lisbon traffic at 156 Lima Golf, vacated runway 20.
Something's gone on. Should I disconnect and reconnect again? It's flipped out over something. Let's try this again. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, that was weird. Something obviously happened. Something happened with Vatsim. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was disconnected from the server. I wonder if maybe that was the problem. I don't know. What did Gav get? Minus 282. Have to leave. Lunch ready. No worries, Peter. Have a good day. You had an interesting landing.
Lisbon traffic at 156 Lima Golf, taxiing now via Lima Zulu and Terminal 2.
Did Gav hear that music? I don't know if he heard the music. That's what I'm so bad. Talking about professionalism earlier. Well, there's a space. Oh, that Jet 2 went around as well. I wonder if the Jet 2 comes back. Oh yeah, I've come back on now. Where's the Jet 2? Is that him? Nope.
Lisbon traffic would like to welcome all of Gavin and all of Gavin's friends to Lisbon.
Obrigado. I'm trying to remember the scenery of this now. It is very good. Right, how long we got?
System traffic hearing 602, receptive status 20.
There's somebody else coming into land. I don't know who it was. 787. I won't go and watch him. That's unfair. Ooh. Oh, need to set up the other one now as well. Well done, Gavin. Still looks like it's in one piece. I don't think he's listening to me. No, Dark's gone. Oh, there he is. He's reappeared. Right, as soon as Gavin's gone, we shall set it up and go back. I haven't looked at the fuel yet, but we'll have a look in a second. Kind of want to listen to see what Gav says. Let's have a listen. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. On 30th October, easyJet will operate at Lisbon Terminal 1. Oh great, we can go in and get some bloody pastel donatas, that's good. That's good to know. Bit of self-promotion on Gavin's channel. Right, let's get back in here. Right, still in dates. And I need... oh, yeah, plug you in. There we go. I'm not going to be swearing. I've calmed my... Honestly, lots of swearing. I'm insulted. What's the flight number? That's lots of swearing. Honestly. You think I swear a lot. I don't swear a lot. I just swear at a lot of things. Right, let's get... need a new one. Oh, good. Hey Neil, how you doing? Well done on the landing. Yeah, well, I'll probably do a crap one now in Bordeaux. Right, so what are we? 829 Hotel. I got no idea if this is the real flight number. I don't really care. It's just 829 Hotel, just making it up. Cost index. Let's see if I think I need to start boarding them as well. Have we got everybody off? So everybody's off. 137. What's the flight plan? Fuel. Oh, when's lunchtime? It's got to be lunchtime soon. Yeah, fairly soon. So 5-7. Weather's fine out of here. It's not problems. Weather, I think, back in Bordeaux. Destination Bordeaux. Yeah, Cavite. Light rain showers and TCUs later on this evening. Will be there well before that. Yeah, Cavite, TCUs later in Toulouse, Nantes. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it was fine, isn't it? I mean, you know, don't need really much fuel. That's all good. En routes are good. With the jet stream, underload's good, so get more on if we need it. 2-3 probably, like that's worst case, so that's the most. Yeah, 5.8. I mean, we don't need any more than that, do we? What do we need more than 5.8 for? So let's get that on. I'm sure I'm going to get a torrent of abuse now from Gavin for our private message. Like, you bastard. What am I doing? Load the aircraft real time, 22 minutes. Good. Yeah. So 11:45 is the scheduled departure. So 29 minutes. So that's fine. We can do this properly as well now, since it's just a complete. What is it? Very, very quick setup on the ground in Bordeaux. So 8380 minus 58. That's probably going to be fine. IRSs, they are good. 1.1. They're within limits. Don't need to realign them. Wind, upload that. What was it? 38 minus 58. Oh, I've got a load more people. 38 people. Hey, well done. Like and subscribe, guys, if you haven't already done it. I need the subscriptions to go up. 380 minus 58. And according to Gavin, there's a lot more swearing. There isn't a lot more swearing. Not safe for kids, this channel. Right, let's get a new weather. LPPT departure. That should be, yeah, that's better. So what do we got? 200 at 11. 19 degrees at 1011. Sorry, 1010. Get my words out. 19. Dropo. What's the dropo? Not that's going to make much difference. 38.138. 138. Done. So your fuel weight is about 56.5/30 until we get the load sheet. And alternate to Toulouse is 1.3. So we wanted, what did we want? 5.8-ish. Yeah, we want 5.8. That's what we wanted to say. 5.4. So that's looking pretty good, actually. Well, actually, I keep forgetting to do this. Keep forgetting to put the departures in. 20, and what are we going off? Exida 3 Sierra. How do we pronounce that? Exida 3 Sierra. That one there. Yeah, sort that out in a second. Let's 2-3. And what are we on? Vavix 1 Lima. Might be a Via. Sort that out in the cruise. Vavix 1 Lima. Be one of these. Done. So yeah, we should be good. Fuel should be fine. Should have a little bit of extra fuel. Radnavs, come back to in a second for the emergencies. LPPT 20. Come back here if we need to. If we want to come back to in a second, fuel we kind of done. Secondary. Right, let's have a quick look at the emergency procedures. 1.8. Yeah, so yeah, the fuel planning's a little bit off. So I've set the fuel flow figure performance to -5 because it does seem to work pretty well. Once you're in the air, it does seem to work out fine, but it does sort of predict the sim brief fuel planning is a little bit less than what the FMGC thinks on the ground. The troll on yesterday's stream was very funny. Yeah. I mean, my crap bloody accent. Yeah. Have you tried? I haven't, Peter. No, I just haven't really got the money. So was that you with Bowie over the radio? So I had no comment, Barry. No comment at all. I don't know who that was. That was somebody. Can you beat -59 for the return? Probably not, Paul. I probably won't beat that for a very long time. So yeah, this fuel plan is a little bit off, but once you're airborne, it does seem to work out pretty well. So your actual fuel usage, etc., sort of corresponds to the FP. But on the ground, it just seems to think we're a little bit less than what we need. But we know that. We know it's sort of a, I don't know if it's a bug or whatever it is, but we know there's a slight discrepancy here. But we're quite happy to sort of take that. Obviously, in real life, it's out saying -7, 4 tons trip with an hour and 26. You know, this is saying about 3 tons with an hour and 20. So you know, there'd be a bit of a discrepancy somewhere. You think this is a little bit off, maybe the route's off somewhere, but I think this is just a minor sort of bug. 597 miles is spot on, so we know the flight plan should be pretty good. But we'll just accept that, and that'll be fine once we get airborne. Right, let's have a quick look at the emergencies. Working on it. Yeah, hurry up. Where is it? It's in my D file, D drive. Some documents. You can't see this, you don't really need to see this. Lisbon, let's have a quick look. Where is that? Lisbon's Portugal. P-A-I, Portugal, Lisbon. Right, so here we go. So what is it? I need to update this because it's the out-of-date ones as well. So NADP2, standard 1900 feet, it's a right turn to ECMAR. 1900s. Yeah, there's a few things I've got to update on this document. Inbound 044 and left turns. Good. Alright, that's the emergencies. Let's put this in. Apologies if I miss whatever it's saying in the stream. John, 3 times the cruise time for fuel planning works well. Yeah, I mean that's, you know, if you're really stuck, that's not a bad thing. But I'd say it's duty for real pilots to at least test X-plane. I think you would love to hear what you think about it. Maybe also in comparison to others. Yeah, I mean to be honest, I don't mind trying it, but I just can't afford to try it. That's the thing. I mean, if somebody gave a copy or something, I'd be more than happy to. But right, anyway, where are we? LBP2. As with all these things, it's cost, isn't it? And you know, I'm trying to sort of save up for some important things. So you know, it's just having money to dedicate to this stuff. If money wasn't an object, you know, it would be a different story. Timing cruise 2 hours times 3 fuel. Okay, yeah, it's not a bad sort of little rule of thumb, John. You know, whatever works. I think we've got some very detailed fuel planning figures somewhere. Not that I ever pay attention to that because we've obviously got a flight plan to use. But right, 20 no start and ECMAR. Hold there, 044. Left holds. Secondary. Get this in. Performance 1010. Temperature is, what is it, 19 degrees. And wind is 211. What was the, oh, it's something 5 something, wasn't it? I can't even remember now. I looked at this earlier. I'm not even going to import the new. So you could go back and you can re-import the flight plan, can you? But I don't know why you do that because I've basically got all the charts which are pretty much ready. So I suppose it's got to we can add that kind of adults, isn't it? Just get rid of that one and add Toulouse. Yeah. I'm waffling. Sorry, I've gone out. That's fine. That's still there. It still exists. 547. Good. That's it. Right. That's all done. Let's have a quick look at the flight plan. Constraints. Get these. Don't know where VS is there. There you go, that's better. Climb that blue, which is armed. So now what do we need? Departure. I inserted 2 zeros. Did I? Sorry. What was it? What did I say? Oh, that's what I did. Good spot. It's a thing, because you physically can't feel the buttons, you can't feel what you've done sometimes. Well done. So what did I say it was? Dixa, that was it, wasn't it? Not that one, because that's the wrong. Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah. Has it got runway 20? No, it hasn't. Dixa 3 Sierra. Am I being blind? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm being blind. I saw the wrong one. Right, Dixa. Right, it's an automatic frequency changeover. If they were online, they're not, so that's not really too much of an issue. Left, spot 3000, Gudav, then up to a Dixa, climb clearance at 60. I am going to let the dog out for a wee in a minute, because he's, bless him, he's probably been really good, and that hasn't done anything. We've got ages until we go in 20 minutes, so I'm pretty much set up. That's there. Gudav is an overfly point, apparently. Dixa, yeah. Gudav is an overfly point. They're both overfly points. Fair enough. That's not a problem. That's all good. That's good. Probably don't actually need this on with the doors open. 5.7. But we got the fuel. Fuel is done. Got the nectar points. Those can come off. Right. Quick have a look at. Make sure everything this is good. So we still got the engine oil quantity. Still got the hydraulics. That's looking good. Fuel is balanced. 5.7. Yeah. Status, what's there? Nothing Katsuigan. Right, good. Right, I have 20 minutes until I've got to go. I do need to, well, go, push. I am going to, I think, just sort the dog out for a second for 5 minutes. Yeah, just, whilst this all loads up, I suppose I've got to do the load sheet as well, haven't I? Just have a quick look at that. Just so we're all pretty ready to go. The brief's not going to take very long at all. And I'm just going to make sure the dog has a wee. Arrival message. Thanks. Load sheet. Right, let's have a quick look at this. What are we expecting? 56.5. Yeah, 56.5 slash 30. Oh, good, it's spot on. Takeoff weight's about 28. So the trim's going to be about the same because there's no extra fuel, 28.6. I suppose you need performance as well. Set that. Right, yeah, let's just have a quick. It's a 62. Let's have a quick look at the performance. 62.1. Some performance, make sure we get this right because there's a few intersections that we need to do. Make sure we get the right one, otherwise it won't be pretty. So if we use the wrong intersection, airport. So uniform 5, that's the one I'm planning for. I'm not going to go all the way down to the end, that's pointless. Uniform 5 will be fine. And what is the distance? Runway 20, uniform 5, 2,412, so that's what we want to see on the performance. Not that one, that's the landing one, you plonker. It is Lee, yeah. 2 dry, flaps 1, no toga, no anti-ice, no packs, 64, 62, 62, 1. And what was it, 28.6. I think that's the weather at 19. And uniform 52412, that's correct. So speeds are 132, 135, 135, 32, 135, 135, flaps 1. 68 degrees. Right, I think we're all set up. Good. Right, I'm just going to leave it there, guys. I'm just going to be off the air for how long? Literally 5 minutes. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm just going to make sure the dog's fine, and I'll be back in a second just for a quick brief. I'm sure we shall go. So yeah, bear with us. I'll be back in 5. Cheers. Right, I am back. Sorry guys, just had to literally play with the dog for a few minutes just to try and time out. One thing I haven't done is I haven't reconnected with the new call sign, have I? So disconnect that, let's reconnect, and with this time easy829 hotel. Yeah, there we go. So reconnected with the new call sign. I haven't put the flight plan in either, actually. Something else I've done. Flight plan. It's done. Done that. Yeah. Just needs to make sure this was in. Good. Right, that's in. So flight plan is in. That V Pilot thing, that's changed. Changed the call sign. It's all loaded. Right, I think we're ready to go. So, hey Dan, how you doing? Right, very quick brief then. Back in Lisbon, going back to Bordeaux. But that's fine. It's a little bit windy, but we got back. Well, we got in here without any problems, so we can certainly get back out and get back in without no problems. Aircraft is good. All boarding's done good. That'll be fine. Have a look at the load sheet in a second. No terms, nothing really relevant for us. No real threats. 4,000 CMSO. We knew that when we came in. Taxiing out of here, we can probably do single engine, probably not too bad. Just get the second one going straight away, just to sort of show you how we do single engine, which is quite straightforward. Taxiing out of here, again quite straightforward. Probably just probably had a Mike Tango, so this is just a taxiway now, so maybe Mike Quebec, one of these two. There's no ATC online, I don't think. Is there any ATC online? No, there's no ATC online, so we don't have to worry about that. So up one of these and then start the second one, and then we're going to depart from Uniform 5 up here, so there's no need to take full length because performance is fine for Uniform 5 intersection. What else? We're all in the box. So Lisbon, Bordeaux, flight number 380, maybe 360 initially. It's probably a little bit better.
Lisbon traffic, Ryanair 7 Bravo 2.
No.
Victor Runway 20 via Zulu 1 Mike Quebec with Tango uniform holding for uniform.
I'm trying to brief, quiet. No extra fuel. We know this is going to be a bit of an issue. Blow max landing weight as well, so that's fine. 02 Edixa 3 Sierra. Radnavs haven't really got anything there. That's all good. That's all fine. Performance is done. NADP2, fuel we've discussed. Secondary is standard company Airbus emergency straight aheads. What was it? 1900 feet. Right turn to ECMAR, which is over here, over the sea. I think that is. Yeah, over the sea. So that's fine. 4,000 will be quite safe there, and then back in for 020 if we need it. Good. So that's that. Let's have a look at
Lisbon traffic. France 875 stand 206, show pushback to that one.
Cool, Dark's coming back with us as well, that's good. So let Dark push, and then we'll go as well. Crumpet, yeah, Crumpet's here, good. 31 people, there's a bit more, few more people. So 56.6, that's what we're kind of expecting. 56.5, yeah, that's fine. Now what's he bloody barking at, for Christ's sake? Load sheet. Is this the load? I think this is the final one. Yeah, 56.6. 30.8 is that? Yeah, so that's fine. That's within limits. 29.2 is the trim now. What are you barking at, buddy? That's good. That's good. Right, so there's no changes. That's fine. 29.2. So we are good. So Dark's going. In terms of the push, we can start planning that. Let's do the cockpit preparation checks to start with. Right, let's get that one. You alright, mate? Hey, what's up? Is somebody trying to break in? Probably not. Position monitor. Alright, it's cockpit preparation checklist. Aircraft acceptance is fine. Fuel quantity we have just over 5.7, and it is balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRSs we have 3 in nav, and the BARF is QNH1010. So the cockpit preparation checklist is complete. Done. I could actually use I suppose I could use my EFB. We've got electronic checklist now, which is bit easier to use, but I've got it on a sort of paper copy on the iPad. Right, Dark's going, so we've got a couple of minutes, so if we're late, I'm going to blame him. Cabin crew, the wife bought me some cheese tuck bacon flavour. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Were you talking to us or the dog? Talking to the dog, Lee. Trust me, you know if I'm talking to you. Right, that's good, that's good. That's all done. Dun, 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 dun. I suppose we can do the pre-plan pushback. So, which way are we going to go out? We're going to go out this way, aren't we? Right, he's ready. Dark's on his way. Get the beacon on. So just got to wait for that. So that's pre-planned. Oh, you're doing an endo, Dark. That takes skill. That does, buddy. Are you doing a return leg? I am elk. Yes, I am. Because I got loads of time today. So I was going to do like a longer flight, like sort of 4 or 5 hour long flight or something across America. I was going to do something today, and then Gav said he was streaming. So, because he said he was streaming and doing a short one, I was like, well, I can join in. So I literally raced on to after I got in after taking the dog out for a walk and set this aircraft up in about, I don't know, was it 90 seconds? Got going, fudged some figures for the performance, didn't really care about an engine out procedure, we just would have dealt with that if we needed to, and got going, actually beat Gav down to Lisbon, so too early for a bit. Yeah, well, I don't know, it depends where you are, Andy. Might not be too late or too early. So yeah, this is the return, so it's not a particularly long flight. My dog settled down. You alright, buddy? You go to sleep. Go to sleep for the next 2 hours. Yeah. He's very good. I do feel like I'm neglecting him though. I'm sure the missus would probably be like, you never play with him. That's what I do, I take him out for a bloody walk. I have just played with him in the garden, which was probably a mistake because his paws were filthy. But there we go. 3:45, so right time. Yeah, well, it's the afternoon now, isn't it? It's fine. So we'll do single engine. We'll just get the second one going pretty soon after, but just to sort of show you what we do initially. I'm surprised Gavin hasn't texted me yet. Oh, he has texted me, I think. How the chuff did you get out before me? Yeah, skill.
Lisbon traffic, Runner 1 Bravo Juliet, picking up runway 20 from holding port uniform 5 in bomb 40 departure.
She even asked where I'm flying to. That's the follow-up question, so it conveys her interest. Do you know what? I mean, that's good, isn't it, Lee? I mean, my missus couldn't bloody give a crap. I mean, she's ex-cabin crew anyway, but she's just like, no, just go away in your hole and just, make sure you see me in the evening or something. So it's typical sort of marriage, really. It's like, you can do what you want in your own free time, but when I'm home, then you've got to see me and do things with me. So may have got his pushback, but at least he's not betraying us for his. Yeah, true. Right, that's it. I'm definitely putting it down to you now, Dart. This is
Lisbon traffic. Air France A320
ground congestion. Code 89, I think it is.
Alpine on 207, reverse taxi by 0201, Mike Tango, uniform, hold it, uniform line.
Did you say someone was parking on 207? Did you say someone was parking on 207? Ain't nobody gonna fit on 207 with me here. Lisbon traffic Alpine 829 Hotel. We'll be pushing back once the Air France is clear. Mine literally is an ex-beauty.
You sound like Gav.
Hey up. Captain Boycott speaking. Giving us all the best, HD. Happy wife, happy. Exactly, Dan. Yeah, you can't really beat that. Mine literally is. Fair play, Lee. It's something. I wish mine was a bloody ex-beauty pageant. I can't say she's got a face for radio, that'd be... Oh god. It's a good job she never reads these back, or watches these back. She's not, she's beautiful. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be getting divorced very quickly. Honestly, there's only... I mean, don't ask me to do a South African. Or anything, I don't know. I think sort of Pakistani, Indian's okay, you know, Welsh, yeah, I can sort of do a bit of Welsh. Scottish, I can't do Scottish. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that would not be good. Yeah. Oh, he's gone. Right, good. Right, request pushback. Right, so full starts, parking brake is on, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed. PDs are... Oh, he's run out. Oh well, FO doesn't need it anyway. So they're stowed and disconnected. And doors are closed and armed. And the beacon is on, so the full start checks are complete. Where's my bloody pushback? Oh, hang on, that might help. Well, we can blame half of it at dark, and then half of it just incompetence of mind. Right, you've gone. Ground services. At least the doors are closed. Right, should we do that again? Stop pushback. There you go, that'll do. Hopefully that'll work this time. He chipped on my jam and toast. Yes, I am Andy. It's alright. Oh god, I don't know what he's doing. Should we do this the old fashioned way? You're just causing damage, buddy. Yeah, alright, let's just forget this, because this isn't going to work at all, is it? Right, let's do it the old-fashioned way. So, parking brakes. So, I don't know why I keep pressing that. I've actually got a switch on it. That's done. That's done. That can be reset. Start. No tug available. Oh, this is good, isn't it? We're stuck here. Stop pushback. Disappear. Yeah, I've got problems with the tug where you can't actually settle down. Alright, technically I could self-maneuver. Right, I tell you what, why don't you just go? How do I get rid of that? Do you know what? I'm going to have to do just self-maneuver and just sod it. Right, engine mode selector, start. What? What? What are you barking at? What are you barking at? I don't think there's anybody at the door. Not expecting any deliveries. Can we settle down, please, mate? Settle down, buddy. Right, it's just the neighbours. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's obviously pissed, isn't he? As long as I don't roll over him. Can I get... How do I, like, get rid of him? Just like... I suppose that should be on really, shouldn't it, if I'm doing that. Right, it's starting to Right, in terms of ground clearance, effectively the 321s, the wingtips go through the cockpit, but the wingtip, the sort of arc, is just in front of the flight deck. So as long as you haven't got like a post sort of directly in front of you, you should be able to swing the aircraft around. And what I might do, if I can do it, is maybe just swing around to the right and go that way and then back out. It's about the only thing I can do. No tourist issues. Is it? Yeah, it was fine in... It was okay in Bordeaux, John, but not too happy down here, but that's alright. I'm sure we can deal with it. So much for single engine. Right, 2 started. That's looking good. It's back to normal. Oh, at least I don't need nosedives there, so that's off. Don't need that. Spoilers, rudder trim is 0, flaps 1. Trim was, what is it, 29.2. What about there, more or less? Status is good. Right. So the after start, anti-ice is off. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is 29.2 and the rudder trim is neutral. Right, what way were we going? Oh, piss off. Lisbon traffic, Alpine 829 Hotel is taxiing through runway 20, uniform 5, probably via Mike and Quebec and uniform. Right, so we're clear on the right hand side and the left. So see if I can swing this round. There's a bit of asymmetric thrust for this probably. Oh, he's buzzing at me. It's a bit late in the day to be buzzing me. It's not ATC, I don't care. Tower's online. Oh, bollocks. Right, let's just stay there then. Ugh. Right, tower 18.1. Leave me alone. I'll just put the parking brake on, let's just leave that. And I've got the ATIS. What's it? 12415.
Umberto Delgado Airport, Dietis Alpha, 1130Z. Expect ILS approach, runway and use 20. Transition level 55 after landing vacate via Hotel 1. Advise if unable medium and light aircraft. Expect position uniform for departure. Takeoff available distance 2,412 meters if unable. Advise before push. Wind 210 degrees 14 knots, visibility 10 kilometers. Cloud, broken at 900 feet, temperature 19. 2.18 QNH 1010. Comply with speed limitations. Acknowledge LPPT.
Good. Done. Lisbon Tower, hello, it's Alpine Outs 829 Hotel. We were on stand 209, I think it was. So we've got information now. Alpha 320 requesting clearance to Bordeaux, please.
Alpine 829 Hotel, Lisbon Tower, hello. Clear to Bordeaux, Exceeder 3 Sierra departure, climb flight level 60, squawk 2011.
Thanks very much. Clear to Bordeaux, Exceeder 3 Sierra departure. Initially flight level 60 and squawk is 2011. Alpine 829 Hotel. We have sort of turned around because we couldn't push back, so we are ready for taxi.
Alpine 829 Hotel, readback is correct. Taxi holding point runway 20 via Zulu 1, Mike Alpha, Uniform 2 holding point, Uniform 5.
Zulu Mike, and was it Alpha? Sorry, then Uniform 5 runway 20.
Correct.
Right, pretty. I'll get the right colour. Pretty straightforward. Zulu Mike, Alpha up here, and then there. So I don't need to paint that. Good. Right, we're happy with that. It's a bit of an arse about face push, but there we go. It's done. Right, that's off. Right, let's go. I do actually know. Well, I haven't got you to copy, Gav. That's the thing. Right, all clear both sides. Just right out here, left and then right, then across the old runway, then up past the terminal, down to the end. That was 208, I think it was. There we go. Right, brakes are jets.
Air France 875, unfortunately no further ATC available. Switch to Unicom 122, that's simulate, enjoy your flight.
Over to Unicom now, thanks for your
So Dark's taken off. Done all that, that's all done. That's done. Right, I do the flight controls on Alpha, I think it's nice and straight there. Yeah, it's all clear on the right. Disagreement with the tug driver, yeah. I think he was pissed. He's turned up to work pissed. Bloody hell! No, we can ignore bloody hell. Yes, Game of HD. I tell you what, if you have to have a drink every time I swear, you'll be pissed after about 20 minutes. That's a lot steeper in real life. That sort of goes downhill. That's quite a steep sort of apron to park at. Must admit, I do like the FSTL, whatever it is, traffic that's in. You know, that is very good. It's made the liveries very nice.
234, Lisbon Tower, good afternoon. Information Alpha, QNH 1010, clear to Bordeaux, Exceeder 3, Sierra departure.
Oh, somebody else is going to Bordeaux.
Level 60, squawk 0536.
Alright, so this used to be the old runway, which was never really used. It's now just a taxiway. Does it still look like a runway? Still, it's still sort of painted. The scenery's still sort of a runway. It's got some X's on it, but yeah, this is all very much a taxiway now.
Correct.
So apparently from the is it October easyJet parking here? It's interesting. You can get some custard tarts. Not much easier to get to custard tarts if you're on a jetty. That's what I used to do. My last airline. Right, anyway, so nice and straight, he's not pushing, so little flight controls, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, right, stupid ruddery bit, full left rudder, full right rudder. Wouldn't normally do that fast in reality, it's a bit of carbon fibre at the back, but done, that's neutral, that's on, it's on me, squawks all in, that's good. That's on, that's done. So quick PEDS performance, we've got uniform 5 figures, that's where we go, no sort of LMCs to worry about, so the speeds are still valid. Engine out departure is standard straight ahead, 1900 feet, right turn to ECMA, which we've looked at, 4000 is safe. Departure is this Dixa Free Sierra in there, we're stopping it, it's a flight level 60. So yeah, there's no radar control online, I don't think. If it was, it'd be an automatic frequency change over at 1000 feet. So that's done. Taxi checklist. Flight controls chat. Flap setting is config 1. Where am I? FMA, climb nav blue, 1 FD2. Radar predicted wind shear is on. ECA memo. Take off no blues, and the FBs are stowed and disconnected. And the FO's run out of battery. Who needs an FO? Alright, let's not take all day getting to the taxi, to the runway. So this is where the rudder and the nose wheel steering is quite good, because I'm not using, my hands are free. I'm not touching anything, I'm just using the rudder pedal to steer, which is quite useful. So down here, uniform, we turn right. If I can get off that. How do I get off here? Yeah, there we go. Yep. And uniform 5. Alright, about 3 minutes for the engines, so we're all good to go. So clear down on the left.
Swiss 234 taxi via Mike and Alpha to holding point uniform, runway 20.
So it should be uniform 5 right at the very end. Alpine 829 Hotel is ready for departure.
Alpine 829 Hotel, wind 210 degrees, 14 knots, runway 20, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 20, Alpine 829 Hotel. Good, so clear for takeoff. Oh, turn those on, I can come off. Oh, shit spots, come on. Fuck, they really got to sort these out, these click spots are just utter shite. Right, anyway, the approach is clear. I can actually see if that was uniform 5, I'm sure it is. That makes sense, yeah. This is where you do need 2 people to do all the buttons. So clear for takeoff, the line-up checklist cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runway is runway 20 via uniform 5. Takeoff clearance is confirmed. TCAS is T8R8 and PAX 1 and 2 are off. Right, let's go. So Manflex 68 SRS runway. Thrust is set. $100 knots. V1 rotates. Positive climb. You're up. Nav. A little bit turbulence. AP1. Double check. No, departure's not online. Good. You'll have to remind me, Mark. Yeah, I can't remember either. Let's climb. Some of the graphics can screw them up. So lens correction. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, right. Yeah, possibly. Do you know what? I forgot about that. I think I have got lens flare or something on, but. Right, it's through S speed. Flap 0, speed's checked. Flap 0. Lights can come off. Set standard. Standard is setting cross checked and 60 blue. Temperature is fine. A little bit of weather around, but it's looking okay. Actually, probably going to turn round behind this. So.
Alpine 829 Hotel, no further ATC, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom now 122.8, Alpine 829 Hotel, thanks very much for the service, have a good day. Right, so...
Swiss 234,
he's no more, so we can climb up. Cruise is 360, so let's just carry on. There we go. Open climb, 360 is blue. Get rid of him. So, yeah, little bubbly bits. There was some TCUs, I think, forecast, so this is kind of what TCUs are like. No major CBs, though, but it's just a little bit of convective activity, just sort of bubbling up. Don't forget to check that landing gear, can't you get used to that? Oh, yeah, the SOPs. Yeah, nice. I know, Gav. I bloody forget that all the time, to check that. It's one of the things which I think the lights, because PF does the lights now on lineup, I always forget to bloody do it in real life. I say to the FOs, I just remind me to turn these on because I always forget. And the landing gear, yeah, I always forget to do that after takeoff as well. It's amazing just the little things that you can forget. You're so indoctrinated into not doing it, you sort of forget to do it. Alright, there's 10,000 feet. Is there any speed constraints need to worry about? Not necessarily. 250 below 10. So it should be able to accelerate. There we go, accelerated nicely. Let's get... Alright, we're not in a convoy anymore as we go cost index 0. Rad navs, that's done. 360 is good. Perf is done. Fuel, that'll increase hopefully 2 point... Yeah, it's a bit blue CNR at the minute. Secondary will just leave for the second. In case we need it. Airports. Is it lens correction? Try turning that off when you get a chance. If it isn't, yeah, I think it is on. So yeah, that may be why the click spots aren't helping. But is it because I like the lens flare, because I quite like the lens flare that you get. But if it's not helping the click spots, it's obviously a bit frustrating. Alright, away we go, back to Bordeaux. So it was... what's the arrival time? How close are we? 13:40, and we have... So 5 minutes early, or pretty much on stand, pretty much bang on, to be honest. A couple of shortcuts might better help that. In fact, there's nobody online, so directed Dixa, yes please, thank you. Forget about that. So nav directory Dixa. Alright, above the MSA. Seems smooth enough. I think we can let the girls go. Probably should have done that a bit earlier. It's lens correction. It's different. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'll have a look. Lens. Let me just write that down in big letters. Correction. So off. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look. Something to do with the fisheye lens. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I'll have a look, Mark, after this. So again, people sort of ask about, you know, using managed climb because we're still on the SID. There are no constraints, but you know, if there was a constraint there at Adixa, and I went into managed climb, you know, it could still potentially try and target that constraint. It'll all go a bit funny. So really, you kind of want to be in open climb or VS all the way to the end of the SID. Now this is actually quite a long departure, so the chances are we're going to be in open climb pretty much all the way to the end of the SID. Or it's only once we're past that I'm sort of happy to go back to managed climb. I mean, there is no constraints, so you know, technically you can go managed climb, and then, you know, they won't have any problems. But you know, the danger is if there is a constraint there which you've missed, you know, it might start getting a bit funny about it. So, you know, managed climb is fine because I know there's no constraints, but normally sort of try and aim to be in a managed mode after the end of the SID. Let the girls go. That's not politically good. Yes. Yeah, sorry, Dan, force of habit. Again, you know, what happens in the stream is a lot, you know, I can get away a bit more here. Girls and boys, I meant to say. Right, we're going into a layer there by the looks of it. Temperature's now definitely in the icing bracket, so we'll have the anti-ice on to go into this. Might leave the belts on for a minute until we're above all this, because it may be a little bit lumpy. It's a little bit lumpy coming down. Is that a bit of a rainbow? So dark's quite ahead of me. I could do a charge of my phone and my iPad. I need to charge two things at once. Two cables. Yeah, dark's about 10 minutes ahead. Right, again, if you were sort of, it was a little bit bumpy here, you could sort of go turbulence penetration speeds, which, as we know, on the 320 CEO is, I think it's 250 knots to 20,000 feet, and then after that it's 270 knots, and then it's up to then 0.76. So if we were bumpy and we want to get out of this, we could go selected speed, and we could wind this down to 270 knots, and that's turbulence penetration speeds for the 320 CEO. The 320 Neo is different, that's 260 and 280. So ever so slightly different turbulence penetration speeds for different aircraft, and again the 321 is slightly different again. Christ, I'd get lynched on the chat if I said that. Yeah. Yeah, again, what happens in the sim on the stream is fine. You know, I'm not like this in real life. Right, I think we've done everything. I think we can probably get rid of the secondary now. So we're looking at still 2 tons. We're still below CNR, which is interesting. So I have to keep an eye on this fuel on arrival. So CNR is about 2.3 and we're landing about 2. So we're sort of in a position of, are we going to commit? Well, this Cavacare, there's 2 runways in Bordeaux, so I'm fairly happy to commit with those sort of conditions. It's like watching Lauren and Hardy. Well, the 3 Stooges, who's the 3rd Stooge? I do need to get a drink at some point. Once I get to the top of climb, I'll go downstairs, tidy up. Not there's much to tidy up downstairs. Go and get a drink. So yeah, the tilt normally, if the tilt was working with the radar, this would be on sort of +5 for departure, and then you just lower it in the climb because you're sort of looking ahead of you. So once you get to sort of 25,000 feet, etc., you're just lowering this just to sort of keep an eye on what the weather's like ahead, and that would normally be on weather turbulence and hazard, I think it is. So I'm fairly sure that's just on the normal one, calibrated as well. So that's usually, so there's a manual calibration here for the gain, and again we just normally leave that in calibrated. But if we can see weather and it's not painting, so if there was a big sort of thunderstorm ahead of us we could see and there was nothing on there, you know, you can turn the gain up, and that just turns the intensity up, which might then start showing something. But weather radars are generally pretty good, generally trustworthy, not all the time, but right, I think it's smooth, so we'll let them go. Passengers can roam free. I need to sort of work out how I can do sort of recordings and then edit things, because you know, the plan was to do like just a video really. It's only going to be like a 10-minute video just on my sensitivities for the controls, because I know a lot of people ask. I do see a lot of people going, you know, it's not flying very well, it's oversensitive, it's not flaring, and you know, as much as I probably agree that there may be some issues, some people haven't got their controls quite set up properly. They may not have the sensitivity set up as I have it, and I think the aircraft flies reasonably realistic. It's a bit sluggish in roll, I noticed yesterday, but you know, I think that's more me than anything else. But it'd be interesting just to get a video up of my sensitivities, just so people can sort of refer to it, because you know, I think they're pretty much dialed in. You know, it does fly pretty well, I think. You know, and I think if you use that as a benchmark, if you use like all my sensitivities, not that I'm saying they're correct, but if you use mine and everybody was consistent with those, then really it's just getting used to the actual feel of the aircraft, and then you've just got to learn how to sort of fly the aircraft based on that. You know, if you're constantly changing the sensitivities, then it's never going to fly consistently, because you're constantly changing things. So I did want to do a video where I can edit things and maybe just put a couple of photos of kind of how I've got my sort of sim set up, where my controls are. Because that's the other thing, if you haven't got the side stick in the right place, or you know, if everything's in a slightly different, you're overreaching, or it's not very comfortable, you know, that can affect how well you control it as well. But I don't know how to edit videos. I can do recordings on OBS, but then I don't really know how to edit that video really. But yeah, maybe I need to learn how to do that. Oh, the flight replay tool, that was the other thing I need to do. I need to message yeah, I either need help from either you, Dark, or Gav. Somebody needs to show me how to do the replay tool. Right, minus 38, so minus 40 is the cut off the anti-ice. Once we're above or below minus 40, is then too cold effectively for the icing. So once we're below minus 40, we can turn that off, even though we're sort of still in the top of the clouds. So a relatively slow climb rate. This is pretty normal for this sort of height. Top of climbs, just after a Dixa. So yeah, about 15 minutes we spent on the ground faffing around. That's because ATC came online. So there's no company message yet. I'm sure there's going to be something about the delay. I think I've gained a couple more subscribers today, so thank you for those who subscribed. I hope what I'm doing is entertaining or at least educational, if not both. I do talk a lot of rubbish, so I certainly hope it's hope it's educational. Oh, did Man U beat Spurs? Oh yeah. Oh, Man U've actually won a game. Interesting. So again, still just in the tops. And we're below minus 40 now, so anti-ice can come off. Tweak the temperature down a bit. 24 degrees is a little bit warm in the back. I built my channel up on talking crap, yeah. Yeah. But it was the effort, Gav, you know, you put a lot of effort into it, which was great. So, right, I think we go manage speed now. Manage speed and it's slow and it's down. It's, yeah, bloody low cost indexes for you. looks alright, he's disappeared again, but I'm sure the missus will have a go at me because he had muddy paws on the rug. I might have to go downstairs actually and see if I can clean it. Mind you, we've got cameras in the living room, so she's probably seen it. Well, she'll probably see me cleaning it under pressure. I'm not listening to this. Yeah, that was for Gav Dark. That wasn't for anybody else. Did you hear that, Gav? I'm interested. Did you actually hear that approach? Because, you know, it was sort of a bit of a troll. I had no idea if it was going to work. It's not what you say, it's the way you say it, yeah. Yeah. I'm not always the most politically correct when I talk about things either. My sort of censorship in my head is not really, you know, I don't always have that sort of working. Right, should we turn this back on? Let the poor old FOs, EFB, oh yeah, mine's coming up as well. There we go. Deny everything. Everybody heard it, brilliant. Yeah. So I feel bad now as well because, you know, I don't actually see the landing. Was the landing any good? I mean, it was, you know, I think I beat you a little bit, but you know, that doesn't mean anything. But you know, I'm just hoping it didn't put you off too much. Come on, fatty, get up. Up you go, girl. Yeah, very much in the tops. Yeah, I think one thing I do need to do is I need to look at the fly-by-wire and just see how that works. Because they've done a lot of updates, haven't they? They have done a lot of things. But oh, I heard it, and so did 200 others. Brilliant. Now the centre line. Well, centre line, touchdown zone. That's it. That's all you need, buddy. You know, don't worry too much about the rest of it. As long as you can use the aircraft afterwards, you're good. You know, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to work. Honestly, that's a crap landings I've done. All right, it's for 1,000 to go. Nice little jet stream. That's forecast. That's good. That's pushing us along nicely. Just remember 3 golden rules. Leave it like you found it. Don't do any paperwork and try and keep the girls and the boys in the back happy as Larry, and you are golden. That's all you need to do. Ben Gav is asking us for our favourite moments of 2020. Gotta be it for me. Good. So there's only a few months left, isn't there? So yeah, maybe we need to do a compilation, Gav. Try and find your best moments. Right, Mac out star. I'm trying to think what they could be for 2020. I mean, I've not, you know, unfortunately, I've not been able to watch quite as much as I used to because I've gone back to work. I'm a lot more busier. So there's probably things that's happened that I've not even seen. Right, out cruise. That's. Come on, oh, it should have been. Oh, was that not on? Oh, there it goes. Should have been on above. That's on below anyway. That secondary. Have I copied that? I think I have. That's done. That's done. That's done. I don't need that anymore. 3.8 was, I think, the plan, but we'll probably stick at 3.6 for the time being. 8. I think that was the cost index. I can go back in. See, I've got to watch your video back now because I could make a video out of those. You've got lots of content, so there's lots of things you can do. We say 3.8, cost index 8. Yeah, that's fine. Fuel. So there we go. So fuel now is 2.3 or 2.2. We're just on CNR, just hovering on CNR now. For Bordeaux, that's fine. And secondary is good. Right, quick look at these. Cruise is good. So 1704 is what's that? 5.7. That's what we left with. This is good. This is good. That's good. That's good. Electric's good. Hydraulics. Oh no, mate, you are still alive. You good? You good, boy? Come here, buddy. I know I'm neglecting you. I'm a terrible parent. I need to ring, so not social services, ring the RSPCA. I'm neglecting my dog. Right, so that's all balanced. That's fine. APU's off. Conditioned in. There you go. 22 degrees. A bit more like it. Good, 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 good. A little bit of hot brakes. I didn't even check those, but I mean they're probably fine. We didn't use the brake fans, so 300 is the maximum temperature you can depart with your wheels. So I'm sure a lot of people know this, but 300 degrees is the limit for takeoff with the wheel temps or brake temps, unless you use the brake fan. If you use the brake fan, the limit is then 150 degrees. I'm sure you all know that. I'm just teaching you to suck eggs. Flight controls are good. So where are we? Tojdi. Where are we going, more importantly? Got Stress, Madrid, Bilbao. Let's have a look at those. Let's see. Weather and EAS. Asturias. There's new scenery out for Asturias, isn't it? Which I don't think it's very good. I was quite interested to buy it, actually. You know, something new. Message. So Asturias 1505. Good viz, bit of clouds. So perfectly workable. That's good. Nothing significant. Madrid. Let's have a look. That's where we were yesterday. It was very windy in Madrid yesterday. Madrid's send. Received. Come on. Madrid is windy again. Southerly. Yeah. Windy down in Madrid. Bit of clouds. 21 degrees. So nothing significant. So that's good. We can bomb into there if we need to. Bordeaux. Not Bordeaux. Bilbao. Let's see what one we need. Oh, no. Twat. LEBB. Probably done that twice now, haven't I? Message. There we go. Little Bilbao is windy. Yeah, typical sort of Bilbao weather. Good viz, that's fine. Bit of broken clouds, that's all fine. So we know they are all good. So en routes are fine. Let's have a quick look at destination. Arrival, recent, 140, Cavite, 21 degrees, tempo, few TCUs, okay, so a few TCUs around, but Cavite, so that's looking good, and Cavite and Bordeaux, so, Toulouse, so yeah, we're good, it's good for the weather, stuck in the tops, but in terms of where we're going, we're fine, we're hovering below CNR, only just ever so slightly fluctuating below it, but that would probably pick up by the time we get there. So in terms of committing, we haven't really got much extra to go to Toulouse, but it's Cavite, so the chances of not getting to Bordeaux are pretty slim. If we didn't get in on the first attempt, I'm relatively happy to commit because it's nice weather. There's not going to be any downgrades or weather that deteriorates to put us into LVPs, and we've got a couple of runways as well. So unless the airport closed, we've got the fuel to get to Toulouse, but yeah, I think Bordeaux's fine to commit to. So, how's Dark doing? How's his flight? I assume you're doing well, Dark. You're ahead of us, aren't you? You're about 10-15 minutes ahead of us. Tosdi, do a fuel check in a second once we get there. There you go. FO's charging again. His iPad, anyway. Guard. Should be on. Should be on, really. Make some cow noises. There we go, guards on 2. Right, I'm just going to disappear again for a few minutes, chaps and chapesses. I'm just going to make some lunch. I've got a bit of time to do it and go get a drink. And I shall be back very, very shortly. It's Swiss Wilderness. Okay, fair enough. Yep, chat amongst yourselves, and I'll see you in a bit. Right, I am back, guys. I'm just going to eat my lunch very quickly. I'll just been to the little boys' room, made myself a drink, made myself a little bagel. So, there, I'm just going to eat this for a second. And Liz Truss announces she will resign as Prime Minister after a week of chaos. Oh well, she had a long-standing sort of service, didn't she? So she comes in, ruins fucking economy. Basically was about as useful as a chocolate teapot, and then decides to piss off. Well, yeah, well done. I'm sure Jonathan Pye will have a lot to say about her, so I'll be looking forward to seeing that video. Gosh, I mean, we're left to, you know, we haven't got many people left now, have we? But I think the Wombles may be a next good point, or next good person to come in to be a Prime Minister. They're going to be just as fucking useful as anybody else. Right, anyway, off the air minute, I'm just going to eat my sandwich. I'm not masticating in the mic again, so 1 second, off the air. Right, I finished that. Yeah, I agree. Gav, Hugh Grant would be bloody better. Honestly, either him or the Wombles, I think, should be the next people for the bloody Prime Minister's job. Jesus Christ. I mean, without going into politics, but I mean, what on earth is going on? It's not looking good, is it? I mean, Russia about to start World War III, and UK politics, you know, is what it is. We may as well just all start raising the right bloody flag now. Anyway, what can we do? Not much. Alright, let's have a quick look at the arrival. Not that one. That one. So the arrival's pretty straightforward then. Varick's So RNAV, GNSS, we got all that. So Varix 1 Lima. So Varix down to Dirax, which is the initial approach fix. Probably the clearance limit point as well, maybe, by the looks of it. And then from there it is... have we got a procedure? We must have a procedure somewhere. It must be a RNAV initial approach to runway 23. It'll probably be this here. There we go. So Dirax. So we basically fly this. This is what we do. Let's just have a look, see if that's in there. This might be a via. Is in a sec. Vavix. Yeah, so that's not quite in there yet. That's just sort of got a radar. So Dirax 1, maybe that'll probably be it. That's looking good. BD232. BD232. Yeah, that's the one there. So we'll have that in. Vavix, Dirax. So there we go. That's the arrival in. Any heights or constraints? Max 220. No, not really. We just sort of do what we need to do on that. The important thing is the platform attitude. 3000, it's a nice platform. MSA is not really a problem. 3000 be nice and safe and above everything. Mr. Broach, max 220. Probably be able to do that clean. And 4000 feet. So this is interesting. I've seen this come up before as well. Unbelievable. I think Ryanair have taken some sort of lessons in trolling from you, HD. Have they? I need to have a look now. Let's have a look. Where's the Discord server? Am I reaping what I sow? Is somebody trolling me just as badly now? Where am I looking? What channel do I need to look at? Pilot's Lounge. Yeah, which bit am I looking at? Am I getting trolled? Probably. No, it's alright, it's all good fun, isn't it? It's all in the spirit of the sim. Members Lounge. In Gav's Discord or somebody else's? Am I... in the Pilot Lounge, is it? Flat full failure. I mean, I could do Drax. It'd be pretty straightforward. It's just requires a bit of work, which I kind of need a QRH. Thing is, like, it's fine if I had a QRH to show you, which you could follow through. It'd be a lot easier. But it's Members Lounge. No, not you. Sweet. Yeah, is this in Gav's Discord or is this in like the Phoenix or somewhere else? I'm just trying to make sure I'm going to the right Discord server. Got the VIP Lounge. Is that the one we're after? You'll have to show me later, Mark. I'm sort of missing it at the minute. Right, thanks, Mark, for the CFG file for the views. Anyway, I've got that. I've seen that. Yeah, I need to get that in. Right, what were we saying? So yeah, so a lot of, I was saying this climb to 11,000 prior to level acceleration. So a lot of people sort of think, oh, do we need to put this in the FMGC on the go around page? You know, is this something that needs to go in here, this value? because, you know, don't we need to comply to this before we level off or something? But, you know, we don't level off, we don't do a level acceleration in an Airbus, not two engines anyway. So this statement here, you see this on a few French charts, I think Grenoble had it as well. It's like 3,500 feet, and it's completely irrelevant to us. We don't need to do this from a performance point of view at all. So if you do see this climb to 11,000 prior to level acceleration, just completely disregard this sentence. It means nothing, because we don't do a level acceleration in two engines, so it's irrelevant. And if we do a single engine approach, we only accelerate once we're level at the missed approach altitude anyway. So if we're single engine, we only accelerate once we got to 4,000 feet. So if we're single engine, 4,000 feet is important because this is higher than this. And if we're two engines, this is completely irrelevant. So just disregard that sentence if you ever see it. Right, how far have we got? It's a bit of a quicker flight, this one, isn't it? We've got sort of 15 minutes till we go down. So have a quick look at the weather and write that down, just get this all set up. Arrivals, we know. Where's my vacuum pen? We got 1507. Camo gay. Good, no worries there. 24 degrees, nice and warm. 1008, so QNH has dropped a little bit. So QNH 1008. Let's have a quick look at performance. And 24 degrees, nice and warm. I'll do flat 3 this time. I'll give flat 3 just to give it a quick go, because yeah, flat 4 did land pretty nicely in Lisbon. That was pretty good. So 1507. Let's give flap 3 a go this time. Landing distance won't be a problem. Got a nice long runway. So what do we got? Cat 1, 351, that's fine. 51, config 3, get that on, that's done. Right, quick brief, weather's fine, aircraft's good, no terms, nothing really to affect us that I can remember seeing. Let's have another quick look. No terms. Bordeaux, restrictions. Cranes, don't care about cranes. Bravo 4, Bravo 4, Bravo 5 are closed, okay. Cranes, obstacles, don't care. Good, so Bravo 4 and Bravo 5 look to be not in use. So maybe we can park where Gav started, I suppose. There's nothing wrong with that. He was down here, so we can probably use one of these stands. Bravo 4, Bravo 5 is... I can't even see it, to be honest. Oh, it's... Oh, these. Yeah, so these two probably are closed. But yeah, we could park on the end, maybe Bravo 2 Romeo, somewhere like that. So Vavic's arrival, we know the MSA is fine, 3000 is good. Then it's got our nav approach, which is all coded in. We're just basically keeping this managed, 3000 to platform. No real threats to worry about. 3 degree glide, that's fine. DME's co-located, weather's all good, 550, we've got it. Go around 220 knots in that first turn, then to 4000. So cleans, yeah, 221. I mean, that's going to be close enough. We can do that in clean, no problems at all. Flat 3 arrive. I suppose we could do a quick landing distance calculation just to make sure. A little bit lumpy up here, isn't it? I suppose that's what happens when you're just in the tops. Let's just go 7.6. The belts on. Stop them getting up, walking around. BD 23. Dry weather. Anyway, what's the landing weights? Wait, 56.5 plus 3, 59, 60 tons. We're going to be well below that. So 60 tons is good. That's nice and conservative. Order brake, flat 3. Yeah, see there you go. Landing distance, not a problem at all. Order thrust on. So in terms of vacating, we'll land. Flat 3 made no bloody difference to me. Watched the replay back afterwards. Too much flare, so then drop to get down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's, to be fair, Gav, that's sort of what it's like in real life. You know, you don't need a lot of flare. but the reason you don't need a lot of flare is because your pitch attitude is normally, in real life, a little bit higher, 5 to 6 degrees. So when you flap 3, you only need to just check it ever so slightly because you're going faster. And of course, because you're going faster, you've got a bit more energy. So you don't actually need that much of a flare. And that's obviously the threat, is your pitch attitude and your tail strike awareness as well with flap 3. So yeah, you only need a tiny little bit. You know, it's only a tiny little bit of pitch, then adjust the descent rate. So yeah, flap 3 is usually quite easy to land sometimes, but I don't really like it in real life. Why does my descent rate go so much down on the Phoenix? I'm using 3 degrees. 1 second, Drax. Yeah, come off for Charlie, go down Papa Sierra, and then just come in. Most likely Bravo entry Echo 3, I guess that is, and then on the stand. So yeah, nice quick taxi in. What else do we need to say? It's all in there. Flight plan's all in there. Let's go. Let's put 3,000. Let's put 180 at the Cenefix. Just make sure we got it. Just the speed. It's good. 180. That's done 3 degrees. That's all looking good. Missed approach. That is probably in there. Yeah, it's in there. And then off to the north. Hold up there. That's good. Rad nerves, don't really need that. Bravo Delta is the ILS, I think. Bravo Delta, yeah. Progress, LF, BD, 1823. Performance we've all got. Again, let's just go 270. Keep that a little bit higher. Performance is all done. Cat 1, config 3, we've done. Fuel, so yeah, we're just over CNR now, about 100 over. Need to do a fuel check really. Keep missing them. I'll do one once we get to CGAM. So I still haven't done a fuel check, but that's all fine. Secondary is as is. So yeah, the brief's all pretty good. So what was that, Drax? Why does my descent rate go so much down on the Phoenix when I'm on 3 degrees? I'm using all the thrust on. I'm trying to understand. Do you mean on approach, Drax, or do you mean because your descent profile from cruise is about 3 degrees, and you know you do put the nose down and you need to do that, and the descent rate might be a little bit higher, but I mean again that's perfectly normal. Do you mean actually on approach, a 3 degree approach? Why does your descent rate go down? I'm trying to understand the dynamics of the situation you're in, because you know if you're in a selected speed and then you reduce. You know, and you change flap configuration, it does. Are you off, Gav? Right, I'll see you in a bit, yeah. How's that? Right, after we go. No worries, yeah, I'll see you later. I need to watch your Lille landing as well. I will look at that and just get back to you with what I noticed. But yes, an approach whenever Mandy. Yeah, I don't really know, Drax, to be honest. I mean, I have noticed in this aircraft, you know, once you get into the last few hundred feet, you've got to push down a little bit. It shallows the rate of descent off a bit, so I don't know, if I remember, I'll try and remember to say it, but you know, really, and this sort of goes for Gab, I know he's just leaving, but this goes to really what I sort of said to him, is when you're on the approach, you know, you've got a glide slope or vertical deviation marker to sort of follow, and you've got the PAPIs, and there's a bit of a sim issue where I think sometimes this doesn't correlate, so the PAPIs on the runway don't correlate to the glide slope, and you've basically got to trust one, and sometimes you've got to follow one, but it means the other one's going to diverge. So if you start going on the PAPIs and 2 reds, 2 whites, you might start noticing you're getting a little bit low on the glide path. But if the picture looks good, if the PAPI's in the right place, the PAPIs should be about, you know, beam the glide slope, you know, beam the sort of touchdown zone. So, you know, I think that's the glide slope there. So they should be in the right place. As long as you've got 2 reds, 2 whites, the PAPIs are there. As long as the PAPIs aren't at the threshold, you can trust them. And I've said to Gav, I trust the PAPIs. You know, 99.9%, so it's definitely a bit bumpy. Yeah, I've got the belts on. So I transitioned to the PAPIs relatively early on, and then I basically disregard the glide slope, so I just follow the visual picture then. And if we start getting low on the glide slope, so long as I'm happy visually what the picture is in front of me, I just ignore it, and we might get a glide slope warning, but I mean that's spurious. So yeah, I have to have about 5 degrees glide slope. Yeah, do you mean 5? I mean, the pitch shouldn't be 5 degrees nose down. Your pitch should be about 2.5 to 3 degrees normally on a flat full. Should be a little bit higher flap 3, but that's not modelled correctly. You shouldn't be 5 degrees nose down. That's really wrong. So I don't know. I mean, the best thing I can do is maybe if you can take a video of it or record and put something on the Discord so we can look at it, maybe I can understand what you're doing. But on the normal landing configuration with the gear and the flaps, you know, your pitch header should be about 2 degrees, sorry, 2.5 to 3 degrees up. And you know, the glide slope should marry up with the PAPIs, and then they might diverge a little bit. But as soon as you're visual, just trust the PAPIs. Just have the aim point sort of, you know, third of the way up in the windscreen, so somewhere around there. And just follow it, 2 reds, 2 whites. You know, and if you get 3 whites, put the nose down. If you get 3 reds, pull up a little bit, and just try and keep that picture static. So, shortest serving Prime Minister ever. Only one who was a bit longer was because he died. Yeah, it's not a very good record, Andy, is it? I mean, she's been pretty bloody devastating. Oh well, on to the next one. Yeah, descent rate should be about 700 feet a minute. You know, 600 to 700 feet a minute. Depends on your approach speed. You know, a little bit lighter, it might be a little bit less, a little bit faster, and it might be a little bit higher. But you know, anywhere between sort of 600 to 800 feet a minute is your descent rate. Who's this coming up? Right, we've got somebody going at the wrong flight level. He's going to set the TCAS off because he's a numpty. So this guy... It says he's 36,000 feet. Oh yeah, he is 30. Yeah, he's at the wrong flight level. Right, you're on the wrong flight level, buddy. You need to be on the odds going this way. Or going that way. Right, so he deserves a quick message. Not message. Right, message sent. Honestly, somebody's just trusted SimBrief, I suspect. Never mind. I wasn't rude, I was polite, so if he learns, he learns. Yeah, I don't know, Drax. The only thing I can do is maybe suggest you send a video, potentially, and I can have a look at it on the Discord. Just send it on Gav's Discord. That's probably all I can do. Right, 90 is probably okay. Altitude flight level 150, so yeah, 90 would be fine, I think. What's the transition altitude on this one? 5,000, good. Right, well, let's put 90 in. Go back to manage speed and manage descent. So there's 90 blue and Bordeaux traffic. Alpine 829 Hotel is descending to flight level 90 to be on the Vavix 1 Lima arrival for runway 23 at Bordeaux. So thrust idle. Still didn't look at that check. So what's a radar? So a radar was 2.9. That's what we wanted. That was just behind us. That was about 55 minutes ago. So radar was about 55. Yeah. So we're pretty much back on CNR fuel, which is fine. Maybe a little bit above it. What's that? 200 more, good. That's fine. Alright, that other guy that I've just messaged hasn't messaged at all. Yeah, oh well. Didn't crash into me, it's amazing. Right, there we go. See outer tank fuel transfer. This is what I was saying here. So if this wasn't working, if the fuel wasn't, if these went amber and stopped, and you basically got, you'd have like 600 there. Both didn't work. Potentially 600 kilograms of fuel that you didn't get, because these are electrically operated or electrically held, controlled. If you open the circuit breaker, they would open because the electrical circuit's broken. So yeah, a little trick if these ever fail. Not that you should do it in real life, of course. Right, weather's looking good. I think Biarritz is down here somewhere, isn't it? Might just pass that. I might have just passed that. I think that's just behind us. Yeah, I think that's Biarritz down there. Popular ski place, I think it is. Let's go off, maybe ski down in the Pyrenees. Lots of nice big long beach. So somebody else flying at an even flight level as well, honestly. Why is everybody flying at even flight levels, going south? I don't know where that Swiss aircraft went. It's supposed to be behind us, but he's disappeared. Right, QNH1008 is in. Let's just go Vavix, cut the corner of us slightly. Cut to Vavix. Speed. Yeah, thanks, my bad. No worries, he's replied back, good. Well, at least he's acknowledged it. Fine, no worries. Good. Alright, it's only down to 13 people now. We had to like 40 people earlier, didn't they? They all disappeared. Oh, how's dark? Is he down there? Cleaning the house while playing your stream, better than podcasts. I don't know, I'm sure there's lots of podcasts probably better than me. Right, manage speed, thrust idle. Alright, it says more drag, but I'm fairly happy we got plenty of distance. What's that, 86 miles, yeah, to sort ourselves out in, and we're only just over 20,000 feet, so we need about 66 miles there. You know, 22 times 3, 66 miles you need for the profile. And we'll capture that, we'll catch up with it, no problems. So what's after this? What's after Vavix? So you know 3,000 is a platform, and there's no real minimum heights here. So there's nothing there. MSA is fine. So yeah, I think after Vavix we can just basically sorry, Favix Dirac even. So yeah, oh, not that one. Yeah, so go Varix Diracs, yeah, so after Dirac, sorry. We can go down to 3000. IBD23, where's that? On the approach. So yeah, there's a little bit of a level segment there. 2000's the lowest, we'll be above that 3000. 8.9, so yeah, there's 4 mile level segment there. Max 4000 minimum, yeah, 3000 would be good. We can just get a CDA, just no problems. So again, showing a little bit high here, but again, a bit of a tailwind. I'm fairly confident we can sort that out. Is anybody else going to play any music to us on approach? That's the thing. Is Dart going to get his own back? Alright, no need for anti-ice, not any clouds. There's Bordeaux somewhere over there behind the pillar. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere over here. Can't quite see it yet. Alright, so a little bit high above Varix, or Vavix, but there we go. Probably should have sorted that out, I suppose. It's a bit late now. There's no ATCs, not going to worry too much. Only 780 feet high. Well, there's the Swiss, is that? Oh, yeah, he is behind us. Fair enough. And Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 829 Hotel is overhead Varix, flight level 150, direct to Diracs, and then for the INAV transition for the ILS on runway 23. Right, let's just double ding them, because that's basically the cabin secure now. I don't know why it thinks I'm there, I'm not there. So, the airplane symbol on the map is not quite correct. That's, yeah, that's a bit better between Varix and Diracs. Lovely clear day. So it's lovely down here. Very nice, nice easy weather. Right, let's go open descent, speed 250. Between flight level 90, 5000. So let's just wind down 3000 now, which is the platform. Set the QNH. So QNH is cross checks 3000 blue, and we can do the approach checks as well. Approach checks Barrow F is QNH 1018. Seatbelts are on. Minimum Barrow 351 feet. Sort of brake is, let's go low, don't need any more than that. And the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. It's on below, yep, just can't see dark yet. Dark's just about to start the approach, I think. I'm on Unicom, yeah. Quite. Now we're doing for the fuel. So 2.7, 2.3 is his CNR. And yeah, it's all balanced, that's good. So there we go, 3000 feet is predicted to be around there, which is fine. Right, approach phase is activated. Bordeaux is just somewhere on the left. Somewhere. So yeah, again a little bit high at Dirac, but again not too worried about that. Not quite complying with the constraints, but so 250 knots, so down to 220 and Bravo Delta, get flaps 1 just on the base, flap 2 somewhere around the glide. Right, landing lights can come on. Daylight today is bound to be a lot of general aviation aircraft about, potentially, especially in France, where they all speak French and can't understand anything they're doing. Reduce that VS. Speed VS. So we've got 4,000 to lose, need about 12 miles for 4,000. Yeah, a little bit, so that's fine. And Bravo Delta is identified. Well, so far so good. The PC's lasted pretty well to do this, and the sim, to be fair, so that had really major problems. Only the pushback thing in Lisbon, but we dealt with that. But no, I'm pleased. It's gone well. So I'm glad it's been nice and stable. It's going to be quite a long video. This is going to be a long YouTube video, but probably entertaining. Probably the first sector was maybe a little bit more entertaining. This is just the boring bit. Let's get back. There's dark. So, I did see his lights a second ago. It's funny, you can see him better on the external view than you can internally. It's just over the bend in the river. So dark's about there, but you can't see him when you're inside the aircraft. Or was that it? Saw something. Oh, there he is. Yeah, just about to see him. 2,000 feet to go. Let's just start shutting this off. Let's go to 220. Let's just go manage speed. Got loads of miles to go. A nice view of Bordeaux as we go over the city. Not that I've ever been. Well, I've been to the airport, but not to actually Bordeaux itself. Stadium, probably. So we got 14 miles thereabouts, 4,000 feet, so we're below the profile. And Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 829 Hotel is just turning base, runway 23, and we're at 200 knots. Just for the Swiss Air guys behind us. Still quite a strong wind up here. It's not quite so bad on the ground. What is it? 1507. So yeah, the wind's going to die off quite a bit. But yeah, it's all reasonably strong at this sort of altitude.
Bordeaux traffic, Air France 875 vacated.
Alright, that must be the airport over there, 'cause I can see some lights. Yeah, it'll be a nice big headwind once we turn final. Right, so that's Slope Block Blue, Cat 3, Dual 1 and 2, Block Star, Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 829, Hotel is localizer established, runway 23 at 13 miles. Right, no rush to slow down, we're below the profile here. It's probably going to level off, so not quite the best CDA. But yeah, we're almost at VFE, so we get flaps one out in a second. Pound rises against the dollar. So with this sort of wind, you don't need to slow down too early because the headwind's helping us here. So let's go flat 1, because we probably won't go down the glide slope clean. 180 knots. So below VFE now, glide slope star, missed approach was 4,000 I think it was. $4,000, yeah. So missed approach altitude is 4,000 feet. There's the runway. So Swiss Air's not too far behind us. About 5 or 6 miles, so it should be fine. So just keep the speed up. Can probably keep this up to about 5 miles, to be fair. Let's go flat 2, speed check flat 2. Brilliant. Brilliant. That song reminds me of, some people might remember it, there was a game online, an online game, I can't remember, it was like Hamster or something, and it had a hamster and a catapult, and you had to make it fly for as long as possible, and it bounced off things like, I don't know, trampolines or something, and it was brilliant, and it had that music to it at the start. It was fantastic. So that's what that song reminds me of. That takes me back to my youth, 20, 25 years ago maybe. Right, let's go manage speed. Should slow down, any problems, gear down. Gear's coming down. Lights are on. Flap 3, speed checks. Flaps 3. Landing checklist. Landing cabin is gear for landing. Go around altitude 4,000 set. Any cabin is landing, no blues. Landing checks complete. Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 829 Hotel, ILS runway 23, 4 miles. So again, ground speed mini doing its thing. It's relatively decent. Fly to the Valkyries, isn't it? Something like that, yeah. So yeah, ground speed mini will come down. So VLS is 133, so just want to double check that. So that's about correct. If that was a bit higher, we would correct VAP. But yeah, so VAP will come down to sort of around F speed. So anyway, there's 1,000 feet coming up. So Pappy. So this is it. So we're going to follow the glide slope now until we sort of get to the Pappies, and then as soon as I disconnect, I'm basically just going to follow the Pappies. I'm not going to sort of pay too much attention to the glide slope. I think from memory, having been here before, I think the glide slope differs a bit, but I'm just going to follow what I can see in the Pappies, because we can see they're adjacent the touchdown zone, so I know they're pretty reliable. If they're set to 3 degrees, I'm quite happy that they're correct. So that's what we're going to do, just follow those. Right, that's all done, that's done, that's done. I think we're ready, so let's give it a go. So there we go, speed slowly dying off, 500 stable. So wind a little bit from the left, okay, it's a little bit of a crosswind.
Above.
See that glide slope starting to go up now, but the Pappies are still 2 reds. It's 3 reds now, it's just correcting that ever so slightly, but happy with that
100.
picture.
Light slope.
Yeah, disregard.
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Yeah, a bit of a float. It does float a bit in flap 3, not too sure why. Yeah, it's definitely a bit too bouncy, not the best. Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Manual brakes. Yeah, not quite as good as Lisbon, but you know, you're never going to get it perfect all the time. So this is Charlie. Bordeaux traffic, Alpine 829 hotels, runway vacated. So left here, across the runway. There's a handy little follow me car. If you move your butt. Done. Yeah, I'll keep doing that. That's start you. Do that. Do that. That's done. That's done. I think we're all good. So this is where sort of crossing a runway and in entry Echo 3 and then one of the stands. So there's a Swiss Aries landed. Let's just get the strobes on for the runway. HD had to drop. Yeah, no worries. Fair enough. Yeah, a little bit. It's a bit more floaty in flap 3. So it doesn't require a lot there to flare at all. So I think that's the big difference, is that you probably, it's similar to real life, you don't actually need to flare too much in flap 3 at all. So yeah, that's pretty realistic. A little bit of a crosswind as well probably didn't help. That's my excuses anyway. So we're going here and park next to dark again. I want to find that hamster game now. Fly to the Valkyries, yeah, I'm going to have to look at that. Problem is I just waste the rest of the evening playing it. Right, so it stands dark on. You're on one of these, aren't you? Right, taxi light is off, APU's available, got the brake pressure. Can park on that one there. Bravo 4, well, technically Bravo 4 right was said it was closed due to work in progress, but it looks fine to me, so that's what we'll have. Is that a stop line, potentially? Not that I can really see it. That's a better stop line. That will do. Right, parking brake is on. At the 3 minutes, APU's there. Engine 1 can come off. Engine 2 can come off. Belts are off. Big clunk. That's done. That's done. 2000. God, thank God I'm not doing 4 sector. I can't be asked to do that. Data. That's all fine. Good. Pack 1 and 2. Bleed. I'm going home, so they can all come off. Less than 10%. Beacons off. Oh, strobes should have been off as well. Good. Well, there we go, guys. Thanks very much. That was, yeah, there's Lisbon and back from Bordeaux. So that was pretty good. PCBA. Weather was fine. A little bit more windy here. It's a bit more crosswind here, but that was fine. Should we let them out? Probably want to go home, don't they? D-board. Ground services. Forward stairs, aft stairs, 1 and 2, and get the car go off. There we go, they can go home now. Now we've got external power, have we? Perfect. That's done. Yeah, don't even need those on. Doors are open. Good. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining me, Dark. It's good to fly with you. Good to fly with Gav as well. Do it again next week. Yeah, next Friday. I'm definitely off next Friday evening, so I can do a night or a later evening stream, which will be good. And so I'm off tomorrow again, so I'm going to do another stream tomorrow. Not too sure what I'm going to do. I don't want to look at the fly-by-wire. I need to look at that. Maybe fly-by-wire, or I think I want to do an American flight, or maybe something a bit different. So I'm going to need something that is reliable, which the Phoenix model is, because it can do RMP and this, that, and the other. So yeah, I might do something a bit different tomorrow. I may do something a little bit longer as well, so maybe not just a quick flight, but maybe a little bit of a longer flight, so sort of 3, 4, 5 hours maybe, and see what I can do. But yeah, cheers Mark, thanks so much, cheers Lee, and we'll see you all again soon. Have a good day, have a good evening. In the wise words of Scott Manley, fly safe and have a good day. I'll see you all later on. Yeah, like and subscribe, do the rest of it, and cheerio.